Lance Armstrong took a journey few would choose. Many would challenge, but no one could top. In his quest for yellow, he stared down the longest odds against a heartless killer. Went all in and defied death by living strong. An inspiration for millions, a revolutionary for whom there seemed nothing left to prove. But men with the habit for the extraordinary rarely rest easy. At 37 years of age and 4 years removed from his last Tour victory, Armstrong journeys to France again. His roads spiked with challenges, a host of riders who believe this is their time and the journey their own. On a team bristling with talent, powered by champions, the Tour's singular legend is not even a lock to lead. In Lance's same colors is today's most gifted cyclist, Alberto Contador, who returns for a title he wasn't allowed to defend 1 year ago. To whose call will Leipheimer respond? The Spaniards or the Texans? The past or the present? Defending champion Carlos Sastre toiled for years in anonymity. Now to repeat, he must conquer an old foe at the front of a new team. Cadel Evans, twice a bridesmaid, grinds away to turn almost into this time all the way. Across a countryside embroidered with history, men, fast men, hard men, unlikely men, hurl themselves into cycling's crucible. Their destination, Paris. Their objective, yellow. The grand tradition begins again. Join us for a journey like no other. The Tour de France.
I'm as good as I was in some of the years before, better than I was in 2003. Maybe not as good as I was in 01 and 04 and 05, but oh yeah. Yeah, I'm here to win.
All systems are go here in Monaco. The town known for its lifestyles of the rich and famous is set for a who's who of cycling celebrities to rule the streets. Hello, everybody. I'm Craig Hummer. Well, the wait is finally over, and the time for talking is through. Over the next 3 weeks, only one man will prove himself worthy of the title, and the myriad of possibilities we'll see out on the roads makes this soap opera one to tune into. It's time to welcome in my esteemed colleagues for the month of July. Of course, at the far end, the illustrious Phil Liggett. Next to him, the illuminating Paul Sherwen. And to my left, as always, the irrepressible Bob Roll. So, Phil, we'll start with you as the elder statements. It's the question that has been on the lips of everyone since Lance Armstrong announced his return 10 months ago. Can he win this year's Tour de France?
Well, I don't think Lance will waste anybody's time, so the answer, I guess, has got to be yes, he can win the Tour, otherwise he wouldn't have come back to the race. But he is 37, and he'll set a precedent, because the last oldest guy to win this race was back in 1922. He says he's better than he was in 2003. Well, he won that Tour by his narrowest margin, 61 seconds, so if he's better than that, he's going to win by a bigger margin. The answer is yes, he can win, but there's a lot of pitfalls along the way.
There certainly are a lot of pitfalls. I have to say the man I think is going to beat Lance Armstrong, in fact, is his own teammate, because Alberto Contador has prepared for this Tour de France a la Lance Armstrong. In the 7 years that Armstrong won the Tour de France, he did just one thing. He had this recipe. He came out and raced in February. He came out and raced in April. He came out and raced in May, and then went on to win the Tour de France. That's almost exactly what Alberto Contador has done this year. Alberto Contador's weakness was his time trialing ability, but just a week ago, he actually won the time trial championship of Spain. So I think Alberto Contador is definitely going to be the man to beat.
I would have to disagree strongly with that. I don't think Lance cares who the time trial champion of Spain is. When Lance looks at you and says, I'm here to win the Tour, and if your blood doesn't run cold right when he says that, you need to check your pulse. Lance is here to win. It's going to be a great 3 weeks.
As my esteemed colleagues just mentioned, Tell you what, the team Astana has their work cut out for them. Let's look at how Alberto Contador and Lance Armstrong compare on paper. 7-time Tour de France champion Armstrong against a man who's won the last 3 Grand Tours that he's been in, Alberto Contador. You can see how many stages and how many days in yellow Lance has spent. But Contador, on paper as well, Paul, looks very good, and some say he's in the best form of his life.
Yeah, I think he is. As I said before, he's prepared specifically for this. And let's not forget, the guy who's trained him is the man who trained Lance Armstrong to 7 Tour de France victories. Johan Brunel knows how to bring a guy to form at exactly the right time. Throughout this race earlier in the year, I have to say that Alberto Contador was always at the right place when he needed to be. And I think that's why Alberto Contador this year is, I think he's completely and utterly on form. But as Bob says, maybe the psychological disadvantage he has is he's up against one of the greatest Tour de France riders of all time. Yeah. Armstrong is his own teammate.
And he might feel an outsider on the Astana team because he doesn't speak English, and he reckons that Levi and Lance are ganging up against him, even though they deny it.
Johan, master tactician that he is, no one's won more Grand Tours as a director sportif, but how is he going to keep this dissembling unit that is Team Astana together in this?
Well, Johan is the best in the business. Lance would not ride for anybody else. Contador is on the team as well. There could be some friction initially before the race gets started, but when I think we get out into the open road, all of that will be gone. There'll be a united front against the whole rest of the peloton. A lot of very good bike racers in this year's Tour, perhaps 10 men capable of winning.
Yeah, but you've got to bear in mind one thing, because Johan Brunel always said to win the Tour de France, you have to come to the Tour de France with 1 leader. Now he's going to be in a pretty confused situation because he's going into the unknown. He's got 3 possible, maybe 5 possible leaders of the race, and he is a special guy to lead a team like that. But he's going to have his work cut out to make that tough decision on one day.
Sooner or later, you're going to have to make a big decision. You're going to win, you're going to lose. Not a bad decision to have to make.
Not a bad one at all, but Johan, of course, allowing himself to change his mode of attack, so to speak, this year. That's his prerogative. Well, it seems in the town known for glitz and glamour, it's only proper that we debut our new Cadillac set here. We're going to bring you, of course, the Tour in HD throughout these 3 weeks. One of the many changes you'll see on Versus this season as we bring you the Tour de France. Every day you can tune in at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, and of course our expanded primetime coverage every night with Bob and I at 8 p.m. Daily re-airs throughout the day. It's going to be all Tour all the time here in the month of July on Versus in HD for the first time. Well, when we come back, we're going to talk about some of the other contenders that aren't named Lance or Alberto, and there is a long list to choose from. More when we return.
The 2009 Tour de France pre-race on Versus is presented by Cadillac.
The relationship you have with your car isn't so different from your other relationships. Some burn hot and fast, but don't last very long. Some burn for a while, but don't throw much heat. And some smolder beautifully for a long time.
The award-winning Cadillac CTS sedan. And coming soon, the all-new CTS Sport Wagon.
If you can't handle being knocked around, play touch football.
It's Fanarchy on Versus, an uprising of real sports fans with serious issues, from their webcams to your TV.
Welcome back to the Cadillac pre-race show in the Principality of Monaco. A couple days ago at the team presentation, when Astana was on the dais, Lance Armstrong right next to Alberto Contador. On paper, Team Astana seems to have it all, but there are a slew of contenders that feel they are worthy to wear the crown, starting with defending champion Carlos Sastre. Cadel Evans, he's placed twice the past 2 years here at the Tour. Dennis Menchov just won the Giro in May, and of course you look down at Levi Leipheimer and Christian Vande Velde, the 2 Americans Americans who have done very well in Grand Tours past. Well, Bob, it's been a long time since the defending champion, though, has gotten as little respect as Carlos Sastre. How do you think the Spaniard's feeling?
Well, Carlos might be asking himself, where's the love for me? I won this race last year. I'm a great time trialist. I do great in the last week of any Grand Tour. This Tour, absolutely diabolical on the last few days in the mountains. One of the best climbers in the business. He used that ability to win last year's Tour. He had a great Giro d'Italia a few weeks ago, winning 2 stages. Watch for Carlos Sastre to mix it with Lance and Alberto in the mountains especially.
Yeah, I think one thing, Bob, he's going to probably get the challenge from a man who last year was holding him back, and that was Andy Schleck. Andy Schleck, I think, was one of the great climbers of the Tour de France last year. And in fact, on the slopes up to the Alpe d'Huez, I reckon if he'd been given a free ride, he maybe would have been able to ride across to Carlos Sastre. This year, he's free to fly. He's going to be the leader of Team Saxo Bank. And as the winner of the Best Young Rider competition last year, I reckon he's going to be a man to watch.
You're quite right, and of course we can never forget Cadel Evans, simply because Cadel is a Mr. Consistency. Ever since he started riding the Tours de France, his worst finish is 8th, and as Craig said, he's been second the last 2 times out. I just feel his best chance to win the race fell last year, and he literally crashed there. But I think he'll be in amongst it. He'll be looking for mistakes by riders. One thing in his favour now, he's learnt the art of riding an attacking race. He proved that in the Dauphiné Libéré, when it was Alberto Contador. He hit him so many times on roads they will use in this year's Tour de France in the Alps. He didn't get rid of Contador, but he earned a lot of friends trying to, so he'll be in amongst it.
Phil, we talk about the lack of respect that Carlos Sastre is getting, but how about Denny Menchov? The Russian just won the Giro, but it seems like no one's really picking him to have a chance here.
Well, I've got to be honest, he's not the most colourful flower in the garden, is he? I mean, he's very boring, to be honest, and yeah, he'll be there because he's a shrewd rider, but try and make him smile. That's the first problem. Once you get past that stage, then you've got to try and keep up with him, because he does ride very, very well. The Rabobank team, though, I think they had the best shot in the Giro, and I don't think he's going to win this race.
Let's talk about a couple Americans now, Paul, starting with Team Astana's Levi Leipheimer. He's been close not only here at the Tour de France, but also at the Vuelta a España. How do you think his chances are?
He's got a very good chance, an outside chance, but the chance is still there, because let's not forget, everybody on Team Astana talks about Alberto Contador, they talk about Lance Armstrong. However, if a race situation develops out there over this 3-week bike race that sees Levi Leipheimer get himself into an interesting breakaway that gets 2, 3, 4 minutes advantage over the main field, that could put him into a spot where he could actually win this bike race. That's the advantage of being a strong man on a strong team.
The other American GC contender, Bob, is of course Garmin Slipstream's Christian Vande Velde, but he comes into this year's race not in the same form as last July.
Yes, that's definitely true. In the Giro d'Italia, he used that to maximum advantage in last year's Tour, but this year, a very devastating crash early in the Giro, and will not have the advantage of all of those race miles like a man like Lance Armstrong will take advantage of in the Tour de France. So I think Christian is going to struggle throughout the Tour this year, but we'll have to see. Today's stage will give us a good indication if he's mended from that big crash and all of those injuries in stage 1 time trial.
All the riders know when they go down the start ramp today, it is time to bring their A game, because this is not like a typical prologue. This is more like a true time trial where these GC contenders are going to sort themselves out. Let's take a look at the start times of a few of the notables. Of course, Lance Armstrong, one of the first to go out, 18th out of the start house today. He'll be at 10:17 a.m. Eastern. Levi Leipheimer right behind him. Fabian Cancellara, the man who is known for his time trialing ability, will go off at 104, and the defending champion at 108. When we come back, we are all going to make our Cadillac performance predictions for stage number 1. Who's going to win our yellow jersey? We start when we come back.
Kelly Saunders Nature Valley. The place that inspires her to go faster and slower. Elk Mountains, Colorado. Where's yours? 100% natural Nature Valley granola bars. The taste nature intended.
The hotter the hot. The colder the cold. The greater the demand. For more, you need Duralast. Batteries built to exceed the need. Batteries built to meet or exceed original equipment standards for cold cranking amps. Batteries built with the power to hold up to heavy electrical demands. Batteries so good they come with a coast-to-coast warranty. Only at AutoZone.
Who's watching? Tell me who's watching. Who's watching?
It's right here. It's easy. It's the money you could be saving with Geico.
And in time trial, it's just you and your bike on the road. You must forget about the love for yourself. You must be the masochist. Come on, more pain, more pain.
Come on. Go.
When you like the suffering, when you like the pain in your legs and all your body, it means you're good.
Painting will never be the same. Wagner brings you the only power painter with Optimus dual tip technology. With a more refined spray pattern here, Wagner's dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology, only from Wagner. The finish you want, the value you're looking for.
For over 30 years, we've been actively involved in the community here at American Furniture Warehouse. Right now, there are 10 million people in the U.S. who have cancer. That's why it's great to know that there are places like City of Hope Cancer Center that are on fast track with research to find a cure. The National Home Furnishings industry has a long history of supporting City of Hope. This year, we raised thousands of dollars that'll go directly to the labs where cures will be found. Find out more at www.cityofhope.org. Thank you.
The 2009 Tour de France pre-race on Versus is presented by Cadillac.
You know, on Saturday, we're all going to race hard, and we're all going to try to do the best result we can, and that will inevitably set some sort of hierarchy within the team. The team will think that, the press will think that, the fans will think that. But again, I think Johan one day walks into the team meeting and says, this is what we're doing. And
as Lance just hinted at, there's the psychological aspect of stage number one, but Bob, in the grand scheme, it's only 10 miles of about 2,200 they're going to do over the next 3 weeks. So does stage one really matter?
Well, the 10 miles in this first time trial, the seconds that are a difference between the riders towards the top and the riders just behind them, those seconds translate into minutes once the tour gets into the mountains. So it's great to see Lance very enthusiastic about stage number one's time trial, and it's great to have him back after 3 years of myopic, egocentric zombies parading themselves in front of our noggins. It's great to have the killer back and stack the bodies high. It's going to be a very good Tour de France.
And it's great to have the same Bob roll with us again, isn't it, guys? He's not going to sugarcoat anything. Well, Paul, the race today goes by a lot of landmarks, so take us through the map.
Yeah, Bob, thanks for telling us how you really feel about the time trial today. But there we are, right in the bottom of France, in the Principality of Monaco. This is going to be a very important time trial, as Bob said, and I think we're not talking about seconds here. I think we could be talking about minutes for some of the bike riders, because once we leave the port of Monaco behind, we actually climb out into French countryside up to the top of a fourth category climb, the climb of Beau Soleil. And that's where the big differences are going to be made. Once they've summited the climb, they plunge down a fairly technical descent to get back into the Principality, and then it's the big turbos can start to whistle once they come back into the port. Men like Canelara, if they've lost any time out on the course, will try and pull their time back in that part of the course. Looking at the profile there, you can see it climbs all the way up to half distance and then plunges right back down into the heart of Monaco to finish.
And we're expecting 150,000 spectators to pack here today. Stage one's individual time trial. The 180 riders will start split by either 1 minute or at the end 1.5. It's 36 times the height of the Empire State Building, the course today. Yes, it is the sixth visit to Monaco, the last in 1964 when Jacques Anquetil beat his great rival Raymond Poulidor. But in the real picture, it's the 17th time, Craig, we finished outside of French Store. Started, rather, outside of French Store.
Safe to say, Phil, that July is your favorite month of the year?
It used to be.
But why do you use the term used to?
Well, we didn't have the competition a few years ago.
Ah, yes. The competition. Well, it is time for our Cadillac performance predictions. Not sure why Master Liggett doesn't like that, but we'll get to that in a moment.
He doesn't like the rules.
That's right. Well, we'll give you the rules. Once again, they really haven't changed much. Let's take a look at them right now. We all must pick a different rider each day, and our days will alternate as to who gets to pick first. First place is worth 4 points. Second is worth 3. All the way down to 1. You can play at versus.com/TDF. Well, going off of last year's results.
We always talk about Phil as being the elder statesman, so can he pick first this time?
I don't think that's the way the rules work, and I'm very happy about that, actually, as I hold up the jersey for this year as defending champion of our Cadillac yellow jersey. I have the honor of picking first, and thank you guys again for your 3 signatures last year. Over $4,000 was raised for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, and we get to start it all over again, much to Phil's pleasure. Yes, he enjoys it. Well, I'm going to start with my first pick, and that is Fabian Cancellara. It seemed a no-brainer for me with this course to pick a guy who's won the Olympic Games in the time trial discipline as well as the World Championship as well. I know Paul thinks there's a bit of an incline in here that could prove difficult for this man, but I think he's going to power through, especially when you get into that descent and the finishing straight, which is known more for its Formula One car racing speed. I think Cancellara might be able to match that engine today. Who are you going with, Paul?
It's a very important individual time trial for Team Astana, and as we heard earlier, there's got to be a setting of the hierarchy. So I'm going to go for Alberto Contador, because I think Alberto Contador wants to come out and make a point here to Johan Brunel, to Lance Armstrong. When he first came to the top of the sport of professional cycling, the weak point of Alberto Contador's action was, in fact, his time trialing. But over the last couple of years, he's improved his time trialing ability, and just about a week ago, he won the Spanish Time Trial Championship. So I'll go for him.
Phil's just dying to go, but he doesn't get to.
Too bad, Phil. I think he would have picked who I picked. That would be Lance Armstrong. Thank you, fellas, for not picking Lance. He's the best descender. He's a great climber. He's fired up for this event. And if you bet against Lance, he will punish you. So, and give me 4 points, hopefully.
So did we save the best for last, Phil? Enlighten us.
I'll tell you what, you guys may be cycling experts, but you're certainly not gamblers, are you? Good. Well, I'm going to go for a rider who I think will want to prove me wrong. As I said, he can't win this year's Tour de France. He's finished second in the last 2 years. And, of course, I'm talking about Cadel Evans. He's a very, very good time trialist, and the nature of this course will suit his style. He's shown us this year he is on top form. He says the pieces are in place. So this is the one day he can prove it to himself without the team, because I think that's where the weakness will lie over the next 3 weeks. So I think Cadel will want to gain time over the boys today. He'll probably beat Lance by a minute and a half.
Wow.
Maybe only 30 seconds, Cancellara, and probably 2 minutes.
All right. Hopefully
it's hot in here.
I was going to say, you don't face show. Well, hopefully you set your TiVo and you can replay that last statement of Phil Liggett's over and over
Somebody
again.
will think of that. Don't encourage everybody. Yeah.
Happy 4th of July, by the way, everybody. And in honor of America's Independence Day, we've got a new twist on our Cadillac performance predictions this year. We're going to call it the Colonial Clash, the Americans against the Brits. So as our month wears on, you'll be able to follow your favorite team.
We know how that conflict turned out.
Whether it's Bob and I or Phil and Paul, of course. Well, 180 riders are going to start today dreaming of what could possibly be. And as the day unfolds before our eyes, the quest for greatness and perhaps history will begin. On America's Independence Day, fireworks are set to fly.
We believe in long rides and the stories they bring.
And it was just some soupy mud and it's going over the bars.
We believe in simplicity and the idea that complex problems can be solved in a simple way. We believe in firsts and in lifestyles that last. We believe in the power of giving back and never giving up. We believe in bikes.
If you think all batteries are the same, consider this. A tornado hits. AirLife Denver takes off. Their night vision goggles keeping the rescue missions safe. And powering those goggles, the only battery AirLife trusts. Duracell, trusted everywhere.
Karen was finally headed home. Make that the video store. If she had Netflix, she could keep her DVDs for as long as she wants. Take the drama out of renting.
Netflix, unlimited movies for $8.99 a month.
The way I see it, all synthetic oils are the same.
Think with your dipstick, Jimmy.
Aren't all synthetic oils the same?
Think with your dipstick, Jimmy.
Synthetics or synthetics?
Castrol Edge. I'm going to try this.
Oh, no, that's thinking with your dipstick.
So why did you hit me?
Because you were thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy.
Think with your dipstick. Upgrade to new Castrol Edge. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1 5W30. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
The internet. If you're using it to communicate, shop, and gather information, then you're doing it all wrong. The web was invented so you could see stuff like this.
I'm a local mom. All right, thank you.
That's why we're proud to introduce Web Soup, the finest internet videos the way they were meant to be seen on your television. And you're welcome.
Web Soup, hosted by Chris Hardwick. All new tomorrow at 9, only on G4.
On today's inauguration of the 96 Tour de France, the battle for yellow begins as the riders race against the clock for a nail-biting Stage 1 time trial. All eyes will be on 7-time Tour de France champion Lance Armstrong, who returns to this epic race as he has once before. In his 1999 comeback from cancer, Armstrong dominated Stage 1 in a miracle performance that proved he was not only back, but better than ever. His time-trialing skills are notorious, but is he ready now to repeat the impossible? Some of Lance's toughest competition will be his teammates on the powerhouse Astana squad. 2007 Tour de France winner Alberto Contador is here now to prove he's no second fiddle, while American Levi Leipheimer has his own dreams of donning the maillot jaune. The Australian Cadel Evans is also back on the start list, seeking to gain the respect only a victory will impart. But in this true test of pure speed, the overall contenders aren't the only ones to watch. The time trial specialists are set to show the speed they've been honing all year, and this is their shot to confirm they are worthy of yellow. The countdown begins as the 2009 Tour de France kicks off with the Race of Truth. Stay with us for Stage 1 time trial. It's up next on Versus. This is Monaco, the second smallest country in the world. It's about to see the grand départ of the greatest bicycle race. Monaco is ready and ready to welcome back to the sport the American Lance Armstrong. At 17 minutes past 10, he'll be in that start house to make his bid at an 8th victory in the Tour de France. Hello everybody, I'm Phil Liggett and welcome to the Tour de France Stage 1. Alongside me a 7-times rider in Paul Sherwen. We've been here before many times, but I confess, Paul, I'm excited.
Yes, Phil, you know, the amazing thing is when Lance Armstrong retired in 2005, I thought it was all over. The story was closed. Well, the book has opened again, and it's opening in a discipline of the sport that Lance Armstrong really adores, and that's the individual time trial. That's a race against the clock where every rider covers the distance completely alone, separated by 1-minute intervals. Although the last 20 riders are separated by 1.5-minute intervals, it really is what we call the race of truth. And this afternoon we get a very good chance to see some of the most aerodynamic bicycles and helmets that are used in the world of professional cycling.
Well, back in 1999, the first time Lance Armstrong came back, that time from cancer to the Tour de France, he always made sure the opening day meant something in his 7 victories. Take us through his opening day situation.
It's always been a success for Lance Armstrong, whether he won the race or not, Phil. If you look at the time gaps there, either he won the race by a small margin or he lost it by a small margin. So important is it that this man, I think, today wants to come out with a big win.
And as we join the live action in Monaco, Versus is bringing you the Tour de France for the first time ever in high definition. Check your local listings. And looking on the right there is Prince Albert. He's so proud to have brought this to his principality. The man in the start house, the first rider to go, Kenny van Hummel, Paul, one of 49 first-timers in this year's Tour de France.
Riding for the small team of Skill Shimano, he rolls down to set the first benchmarks out on this course, Phil, which is going to be a very testing course of 15.5 kilometers, almost 10 miles of racing. Climbing up to the summit, the high spot at 205 meters, that is the Côte de Beau Soleil. And if the Prince Albert II, Phil, was expecting only 100,000 people, I have a funny feeling he's going to be quite happy with the turnout this afternoon.
Well, I reckon there are 3 times more than the people who watched the Monaco Grand Prix Formula 1 motorcar race here today, watching the bicycle race, the Tour de France. We are tucked under the Alpes-Maritimes mountains. If you go left as you leave town, you're in France. If you go right, you go to Italy. It's a very small place, and there's a lot of people do live here. Well, it's a first-time start in the Tour for Kenny, and he's had 4 wins this year, Paul. He's having by far his best season, his 4th year as a pro.
Yes, this is one of the teams that was brought in at the last moment, a wild card selection for this team, and that's why this young man, I think, is going to put in a fairly sterling performance. But I think what everybody's very excited about, Phil, we're looking at around about just after the 4 o'clock here at local time in France. Everybody's waiting, I think, for 17 minutes past the hour, because that is the time when Lance Armstrong will climb into the starting gate for the first time at the Tour de France since 2005.
Well, a chance for us to see the roads here now shut down. We're about to turn up round the casino here, which yesterday was a hive of activity. Lance Armstrong rode by, warming up in his black jersey, and the whole crowd stopped and applauded as he went around and out of sight. Kenny van Hummel passing across the front there, the Hotel de Paris. Something significant about that, really, just off to his left shoulder. Very shortly, we'll be out of Monaco and we'll be on French roads.
We certainly will. Half of this race here this afternoon is on French soil. You know, as you mentioned a little earlier, Phil, this is the 2nd smallest country in the world, so you couldn't really have a 15.5 kilometer bike race inside it, and that's why we have to make that slight incursion onto French soil for a while. The smallest country in the world, by the way, is the Vatican City, and it's not too far away from here by boat.
No, it isn't. Well, look at this massive crowd here. It is a great sporting principality, although its main industry is commerce, is banking and tourism. But Prince Albert II here, who's a great sportsman himself, he's been, I think, to 4 or 5 Winter Olympic Games, wanted to bring the Tour here. He's been visiting the Tour for a couple of years now, and he's finally persuaded the organisers this is the place to be in the year 2009. Back to the start house, this will be Peter Rollick, I think, getting ready for the start. He's facing up to his 5th Tour de France, and he's finished all of them. Not a high finish, but he's always been a pretty solid bike rider. He's riding here for Milram. He is an Austrian. There he is.
So this is Danilo Napolitano.
Oh, we've moved further on, I beg your pardon. We missed the start of Rollick and Feyou, yes.
Riders in the individual time trials starting at 1-minute intervals, although the last 20 riders separated by a little bit more to make sure that there's no catching up and no drafting at all of the big men in the last 20 starters.
Which is possible. Now, let me quickly explain. The start order is decided by the directors sportifs, the managers of the racing teams, and it seems, Paul, that Lance Armstrong has opted to make this very early start with not a lot of times being set in front of him. Now, why do you think he's done that?
Well, there's a big gamble, you see, Phil. Over the last couple of days here in Monaco, towards the end of the afternoon, the wind has started to come in a little bit off the coast, and of course there's always been a threat of rain, and I think that's why Team Astana have decided, of course, they have to have their man Carlos Sastre start towards the end. He's the leader of the team, but they had the chance of having Lance Armstrong and Levi Leipheimer actually starting very early on. So that's why they're looking for better conditions. After all, let's not forget that weather conditions, climatic conditions can change dramatically here by the coast, Phil, in the distance of 3 hours.
So, Katusha rider Napolitano is underway. He's settling into his rhythm here. 4 wins for him this year as well, including a stage of the Tour of Andalusia.
Of course, a huge audience, particularly.
Well, as the Skill Shimano rider there is the first man on course. Remember, this is the time trial, and we are now underway, and it's going to be with you for
The 2009 Tour de France on Versus is brought to you by Cadillac and by Cervelo, Enjoy Engineering, and by Travelers, Insurance in Sync.
Choosing a car is like trying on a dress. As soon as you slip into it, you know it's the one. Bet you still turn around to see the back. Because let's face it, you want them to hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave.
Introducing the all-new Cadillac CTS Sport Wagon.
Cervelo has one goal: to engineer the fastest bikes on the planet. Cervelo's newest road bike combines the most advanced features from the entire product lineup, including aerodynamic attributes from the time trial bikes, the comfortable ride of the Paris-Roubaix winning frames, plus improved power transfer and an ultralight layup, making its Grand Tour debut, the Cervelo S3.
Things that matter to me are worth covering, and covering well.
So when I'm insuring my car, I'm really covering so much more.
With coverage that's smart when I buy it and smarter when I need it.
Join the thousands of us getting better auto coverage at a better price under the Travelers umbrella.
Get better coverage with Travelers and save an average of $383. To find an agent near you or to get a quote, visit Travelers.com or call 1-800-MY-COVERAGE.
Here at Sports Soup, they're worst
inches away from the track.
Makes for our best.
Hi there. Looks like you found your car insurance.
Yeah, but wow, it looks like you guys have everything.
We sure do. We help millions of people save. Look, we're #1 in motorcycle insurance, a leader in boat and RV, and...
Oh, wait, let me guess. You're the #1 truck insurer.
Wow, first guess.
Nailed it.
You're psychic. What am I thinking of right now?
Tacos?
Helping you save money no matter what you drive. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
The fun is back, and your luck is changing. A new kind of action, a different kind of excitement. And it all adds up to real good times. Lady Luck is the newest and hottest casino to hit Black Hawk. Check us out for your chance to win big. Only 35 miles from downtown Denver. So get on board. Lady Luck Black Hawk. See you soon.
Welcome back. Here's some notable start times. Remember, day one of the time trial here in Monaco. And Lance Armstrong will go at 17 minutes past 10 Eastern time. The last man to start, Carlos Sastre. He will go at 1:08. Well, let's go out to two riders themselves who are doing course reports. Robbie Ventura and Frankie Andrea. We'll start with Robbie Ventura.
We're at the summit of this very challenging opening climb in this year's prologue. And let me tell you, I had the opportunity to ride this morning. It's a tough first 7.5 kilometers to start the Tour de France. Spoke with George Hincapie last night. He said the #1 key to victory today is pacing up this challenging climb. Going fast enough to maximize your speed, but not blowing your motor and losing valuable seconds trying to recover. Once over the top, it's a really fast downhill. For more on that, we'll take you to Frankie Andreu.
After the riders come over the top of the Côte de Beausoleil, they have a very fast, twisty descent. The riders will reach speeds of over 50 miles per hour. Now, they're going to have to stay relaxed, stay safe, because the time trial bikes handle very differently with their narrow tires and narrow handlebars than their road bikes. Also, this is the period where they're going to have to recover to save energy. Right here, this final hairpin turn, they have the hay bales. They have to figure out which direction they want to take. The last 5 kilometers, when they go along the water, that's when they put it into a high gear and give it full gas to the finish.
Thanks, boys. Well, it really is a great course. Now, at this very moment, we're just 7 minutes away from the start for Lance Armstrong. He's warming up. But earlier this morning, Frankie Andreu did manage to catch up with Lance Armstrong. Let's hear what he had to say.
Amazing to think the man who retired from the sport way back in 2005.
Well, I'm sorry about that. We will catch up with that again. A problem with the sound there, but Lance Armstrong at least managing to smile through the sweat that was pouring off me. You know, warming up is so important, and he'll work very, very hard to make sure, critical today in the time trial, he comes out of the start house in a few minutes' time, full of sweat and ready to go. Well, the situation, Carlos Sasser, the defending champion, he'll be last to start. As we look out here, this is actually Monte Carlo, and this is the Monte Carlo port here. And believe me, this place is expensive, Paul. To park a boat down there costs a lot of money. Back out on course, back up with Kenny Van Hummel, the first man to go, the guiding light of the opening day, the time trial of the Tour de France. Tomorrow the riders will wave farewell to Monaco as they race back into France for the second stage. Check 1 at 7.5 kilometers. That's where we're heading to now with Kenny Van Hummel.
I think, Phil, it's on the first part of this course that all the big differences will be made. Basically, once you've come out of the starting gate, you've got 7.5 kilometers uphill to the summit of the Côte de Beausoleil, and then you charge down the descent back into the Principality of Monaco. And I think it's only on the last 2 or 3 kilometers that the men with the big engines, the big turbos, like Fabian Cancellara, will have a chance of pulling back any time that they might have lost on the slopes of this climb. That is assuming that Cancellara does lose any time, because a lot of people feel that he is a great favourite for this individual time trial.
Well, there's the man on the left of our picture here now as he gets ready. He looks smiling and chatty, not like the Armstrong of 99 to 2005 when he was the winner, but he is now looking as though he's facing up to the start. And you can see just how hard, Paul, he really has warmed up here, Lance Armstrong. He's got about, by my watch, about 6 minutes before he actually does come onto the start line. These are the riders behind that little start house. I just wonder what this man is thinking. We feel he's sitting on a tremendous condition, don't we?
We absolutely do. You know, this man has timed his form, I think, to perfection, as he always did, Phil, in the years when he was winning the Tour de France between 1999 and 2005. A little bit of a setback for him in the early part of the season when he crashed in April and broke his collarbone, but he managed to fine-tune himself in the Giro d'Italia.
Looking there at the press centre here, which everybody goes to in the finishing line by boat. A very novel way, but it is the quickest here. By road, it takes rather a long time in the traffic. And just now, the closed roads here for the Tour de France. Well, as we watch there, there's probably the best part of 850 press down there writing their stories. And Lance Armstrong is one man who's probably going to write the headlines, win or lose. Well, he's just a few minutes away from the start. When he comes back, we'll be at the start with Lance.
It's stinging a little bit more than usual. Yeah, you'll get used to it.
The longer you keep your high mileage car, the more it pays you back. Get Castrol GTX High Mileage. It helps engines last longer by fighting the main causes of engine failure.
I think a dime went up my nose.
Yeah, it happens. Don't change your car, change your oil to Castrol GTX High Mileage. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
When was the last time you went the scenic route? Or went out for a night off the town? Would you like to take a road trip to a place with no roads? Then you belong at Bass Pro Shops. Check out great deals like Redhead Flag Twill and Bouquet Polos for only $9.94 each and 25% off XPS towable tubes. Plus, don't miss the final days of our free family summer camp activities. Details at basspro.com/camp.
At TireRack.com, we don't just sell tires, we test them on our unique test track. Our results are honest, unbiased, and as real as it gets. Use this information to help decide which tires are right for you, your vehicle, how you drive it, and where you drive it. It's not just a test track, it's truth serum for tires. Right now, when you buy a set of 4 select BF Goodrich tires, get a $50 Visa prepaid card. For details, go to TireRack.com/TV. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Just another perfect day. I think I'll walk this way where the trees do sing. I'm feeling part of everything. And all my troubles seem to fade away. Skies look brighter.
The hybrid for everyone is here. The Insight, designed and priced for us all from Honda.
Kelly Saunders' Nature Valley. The place that inspires her to go faster and slower. Elk Mountains, Colorado. Where's yours? 100% natural Nature Valley granola bars. The taste nature intended.
Visa debit is easier than cash and checks. More people go explore with Visa.
Leading at that point at the moment. Welcome back. There is the start and also the finish of day one of the Tour de France, the time trial. We are getting close to the moment when Big Lance returns to the sport of cycling, and when he left in 2005 as the winner of the 7th Tour de France straight, he wouldn't be back, he said. There he is, he's back. You can probably hear the crowd there too. They are cheering him. There were reports he was booed at the prize presentation, although I personally didn't hear that. I only heard pure applause for him, as Armstrong now awaits the start to launch himself back into another Tour de France career. A few deep breaths before he makes his start, then the countdown will begin. He's chasing Kurt Attel Arvidsson. Over the years gone by, Lance has won 22 stages of the Tour de France, most of them time trials, and he's now facing up to what is his next Tour de France, his 12th. Well, quite a round of applause as he went down that ramp and now settles in. We'll know pretty quickly, or he'll know pretty quickly, how well he's going. The USA flag is on the left. Lance Armstrong is back in the Tour de France. Anything significant? He wears number 22. He's won 22 stages in the past.
Well, he's on his time trial bike here, which was prepared by the company Trek from the United States of America, specially for him, specially for the individual time trial at the Tour de France. Solid disc wheel at the back, getting very quickly down into the aerodynamic position. He said he felt that he had to learn again how to share his effort, dose his effort over an individual time trial. Those were mistakes that he felt he might have made in the Amgen Tour of California and a little bit in the Giro d'Italia, but now he's got himself back. He understands how to dose his effort, and if any man can ride a great individual time trial at the start of the Tour de France, it's the man we're looking at here.
Lance Armstrong has climbed up from the basin from Monte Carlo. He's now heading up round towards the casino, and he has not got back in that saddle. He's working at this today as he tries to keep the revolutions up. Armstrong wants a good time. He has said it's not so much about time to win the Tour de France, but it might create a pecking order within the team. There will be an indication of just how well the riders are going, and there will be a psychological win here if he's the best man on the squad.
I think that's the important thing for Armstrong this afternoon, going out in this individual time trial. It's to prove to Johan Brunel, prove to Alberto Contador, and of course to the rest of the team that he is well and truly back, and he's got the condition and the form to win the Tour de France this year. He goes across the square there just outside the casino of Monte Carlo, and now he will begin that very long climb up to the summit of the Côte de Beausoleil. For the moment, there's no signs of weakness. The high cadence that he made his own in the years 1999 to 2005 is there and back, and he's looking comfortable.
4 years since he left the Tour de France as a winner, intending never to return. Here he is back again, all because he was watching the Olympic Games on television and he thought, hey, I can still beat those guys, and he started to come back. But you know, in that interim period, he never let his body go to seed. Yes, he is 37, but this is a rider who continued to play at sport. 3 sub-3-hour marathons, a long-distance mountain bike race in which only one guy managed to beat him in 100 miles of rugged terrain. Armstrong has always been fit. He's honed that fitness, and I think over the next 3 weeks we'll all earn a new respect for him.
One thing yesterday, Phil, I was very lucky to have a chance to sit down and talk to Lance about his form, and he did mention that he's actually lighter than he was before the start of the Tour de France of any of his tours between 1999 and 2005, and he felt that was because he participated in the Tour of Italy just about a month ago, and that may well be his advantage if we go into the mountains very early on. In fact, we go into the mountains after just 7 days of racing in the Tour this year.
Best ride at the moment is the Frenchman Saïd Adou, 12 minutes 20 seconds at the 7.5 kilometer checkpoint, including the climb. So he's off to a good start in his first Tour de France for the moment. Little bit of picture catching there. Sorry about that, but we literally have to fly around the edges of the buildings here. They built Monaco by chipping out a big slice of the Alpes Maritimes, and it is a very small place. You can walk across it literally in just over an hour, or in our case at the hotel where we stayed, 10 feet, because the fence was in France.
Got to tell you something, Phil, this man is going very fast indeed. You just look how quickly he gets out of the saddle. Now, the reason he gets out of the saddle is to take the pace up once again. Then he gets down into the bottom of his handlebars, as aerodynamic as he can. His cadence and revolutions are looking absolutely superb here. Good study there of the back wheel, solid disc wheel in the back of his aerodynamic machine, and that's to reduce the turbulence at the back end of the bike. If you can get a chance there, you can also see that his handlebars are fairly flat in the middle. That's to make them like an aeroplane wing. That is also just to add that little bit of aerodynamics to the front end of the machine.
Well, Pasamontes, Luis Pasamontes has now gone through with the best time at 12 minutes 11 seconds. We are getting faster and faster at that 7.5 kilometer check, as we are staying here with Lance Armstrong. An image on our screens we never thought we would see again. A 7-time winner of the Tour de France. I am convinced that will never happen again, not 7 times straight. And here is Armstrong now, using every inch of the road, making sure he gets the best out of this 15.5 kilometer route at the shortest way possible, and every fraction of a second might well decide today's stage.
That's the important thing. It really is maybe not about seconds at the end of the Tour de France, but seconds today and over the first week of the Tour de France are extremely important. You can see there he's riding on his large chain ring, and that's an indication that this man has got great power. Over to the left-hand side of that cluster of gears there, that's a low gear for the climb that he's facing up to. That's 7.5 kilometers. You can just see the race radio in the back of his skin suit there. He'll be getting information from Johan Brunel, who I am sure is in the team car behind him, and he too probably never thought that he would be in a situation like this again.
Right off to his left shoulder, right down to the sea is where he's just started from. Now he's climbing away. There are a lot of professional cyclists in the Tour, in fact, who live here in Monaco. They say it's a great place to live and a perfect place to train.
Yes, there are 19 Pro Tour professional bike riders living here in Monaco, and they do enjoy the training around here. You can either go for a flat ride out towards Italy or straight up the mountains into France.
Tight around the bend here for Armstrong. These bikes aren't really designed to go around corners. They're just straight bike machines, but he's round safely, kicks out of that bend. Now this crowd looks, Paul, as though it's going to take us all around the 15.5 kilometers. Prince Albert will be delighted with what he's seeing today, thinking of boosting the economy of Monaco, which, like everywhere else this past year, the tourists suffered a little bit. The gate was well down for the Monaco Grand Prix, for example.
Well, looking at the boats in the harbour, Phil, you wouldn't think it had gone down that much, because they're not the cheapest machines around. No, very expensive to actually take out onto the open seas these days.
So still Pasamontes is the best time, 12:11 at the check.
Well, just looking down through the trees, waiting to see if Mr. Armstrong is going to come out there, and it'll be interesting to see what his time is. The fastest time, by the way, at the top of the climb is 12 minutes and 11 seconds.
Well, just while we're looking here at Lance Armstrong, tap on those pedals. We did try to catch up with him at the start early with Frankie Andreu. We think we've cured the problem. Let's try again.
Well, Lance, it's almost as official as it's going to get. You're about to take part in the Tour de France after 3 years being away. A little bit special emotion for you, considering how much this race has meant to you over the years.
Well, I think 2 things. Being away for a while certainly is an emotional thing. But being here in Monte Carlo and being in the area of Nice, a place that spent many, many years training and sacrificing, it's like these roads are almost your home road, so it's good.
Well, it's good, and you know these roads very well because you used to live here. Your thoughts on today? Do you think you have a chance to be able to win?
Well, it's going to be hard to beat Canelara. I think he goes in as the man to beat and the clear favorite, and I'm going to go as hard as I can. I don't know how good that is, but I'll take advantage of my course knowledge, and I think the other thing is to ride smart. Anybody that starts out off the ramp and hits that first hill as hard as they can, they're going to have trouble at the end. So 20-minute effort, longer than normally in terms of a prologue, and we'll try to be smart too.
Well, you're starting off much earlier than you usually do in any kind of time trial. Can you explain to the viewers the thoughts on that?
Well, Alberto's the leader of the team for now, so he's starting last. He's wearing number 21, and I thought just get it started, get it done earlier, get home, get a massage, watch the race on TV. Dude, I'm old. I gotta get back and get to bed early, so it's maybe strange for some people, but here we are. I'm happy with the decision, and in an event like this, the only downside is you don't get time splits, but there's only one time split. I got a few strong guys in front of me, so I'll have enough information.
Well, the time split at the finish is going to be the most important one for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Lance Armstrong underway. He's approaching that time split at the moment, where the leader now is Montfort, a Belgian rider, with 12 minutes and 1 second. So some riders already losing a minute at this first time check. Amazing. As we look down here on Lance Armstrong, Lance Armstrong saying there, Paul, that Alberto Contador is the leader, but he added the rider for now.
Well, it's all about this individual time trial. It's all about the first incursion into the mountains, and that's when the leader of the team, Phil, could change. It's going to be a big battle at the end of the afternoon for Alberto Contador, because he will have to try and slam on the table to the team to say, look, guys, I am the boss. I am here. I'm the new kid on the block. I've won the last 3 Grand Tours I participated in. Now, Lance, if you want to come back and take that mantle away from me, you're going to have to beat me by a lot in an individual time trial like this one today.
Well, as you can see, looking out there to the points, there is a mist around. This has been with us for all the time we've been here. It's about 4 days. It is very, very humid indeed. There is a wind blowing out there, but it has a habit of getting stronger towards the end of the day. And Lance may have made a bit of a coup here, going early. And he certainly seems to like racing in these humid conditions. He knows the roads, of course. He used to live for many years in Nice, and he used to often pop over this way, over the Col des La Turbi, the climbs here, for training.
And one of his famous climbs was the Col de la Madonna, which is actually climbing just out of Nice, and he went and climbed that just a couple of days ago. And funnily enough, the brand of the bike that he rides, is the model is actually the Madonna as well, and I think it was named after that climb.
Well, we're going to see how close he gets to Maxime Montfort's time very, very shortly now. Maxime's gone through in a very, very quick time of 12 minutes and a single second, taking more than a minute out of 1 or 2 of the riders who have gone before him. I reckon that Lance is probably a couple of minutes away from stopping the clock, and it's going to tell us then just how well is he going. I really felt that to have any chance at all of winning this race, or to get in amongst the podium finishes on this particular stage, he must be best time at this start order position.
Oh, certainly, because most of the big names go off right toward the end of the afternoon after 3 hours of following this bike race. And it's interesting to note that the team manager also decided to put Leipheimer off very early as well. Leipheimer starting at 37 minutes past the time of 4 o'clock. Armstrong now getting into the crowd, and if there's any doubt, Phil, whether or not these people support him, I think you can understand here, because they are cheering on this man who has won the Tour de France so far on 7 separate occasions.
They have waited to see this moment. We've met so many people here. Here's the time check anyway. Let's see if they stop the clock. It's way up, way up. It's going to be 11:47, 11:39, they say, is the time. We wait for confirmation. It's confirmed, I think. So Lance Armstrong, who said he was going to make a steady start, seems to have dropped in with the best time, which is confirmed at 11 minutes and 39. There's the target.
Well, he's beaten Maxime Montfort by 22 seconds at this point, and if he has gone out slowly, well, he's gone out faster than anybody else. Confirmation there coming through that 11:39, 22 seconds faster than Montfort, 31 seconds faster than Kurt Adler-Arvesen. And let's not forget, Kurt Adler-Arvesen started a minute ahead of him. Armstrong may well see him before the end.
He is a most remarkable athlete. You just run out of hyperboles. You just can't describe this man anymore. He's done it all. He's got all his enthusiasm back. Just look at the way now he's diving away. But at the Beausoleil, we start to go down now. And now we see a different Lance Armstrong, a man who's pure speed and great descending skill.
He did tell me yesterday as well, Phil, one important thing about riding the Tour of Italy was actually getting used to riding the bike again, having the guts to go around the corners at full tilt. And that corner just a couple of moments ago is something I felt that he went round at full tilt. He really gave it his all. He's got to keep the pace high now. We're now looking at around about 60 to 65 kilometers an hour for Lance Armstrong, getting himself in that low profile position. Every now and again you see him putting his head down. That's to keep the front end of his body shaped like the head of a rocket.
Well, he will know what he's just done. He'll have been told in his little earpiece that he's got best time of 11:39, and it's not just best time, it is 20 seconds better than everybody else, 22 to be absolutely precise. And he's dodging his way down now, racing back from France in towards Monaco and the finish. We've had nobody down on the finishing line left, but the early starters must be starting to line up for the famous finish here down on the Quai Albert Premier.
Well, Armstrong, he's ridden this course, somebody told me he'd ridden this course between 30 and 40 times in training leading up to the start of the Tour de France, just to get to know every corner, to get to know just how fast he could handle these corners, what line he needed to take around the corners, because that is extremely important. That's why he's backing off here. He knows he's got a hairpin bend to get himself around, slows down, not too much, keeps the momentum as much as possible, uses all of the road possible. Once he's around the corner, out of the saddle again, accelerating back up to top speed.
Well, we haven't seen any pictures of the British rider, Charlie Wagelius, but he's riding 1 minute behind Lance Armstrong. He's just gone through that checkpoint with the third best time, which is very, very good for Charlie. He only got the nod to come in the race 48 hours before the event. He's on Cadell Evans' team, Silence Lotto. So he's going well. He obviously prepared well for the Tour, even though he hadn't got selection until 2 days ago.
Armstrong always looking very dedicated here. You can see him every now and again just dropping his head down, keeping himself as low as possible. He realizes it's very difficult to ride this course because he really doesn't have anything to measure himself against. All of the riders who started before him, Phil, are not really the big hitters, the big names of the sport. So Armstrong is having to ride this course almost anonymously without having any references at all.
Well, there's so many bends you can't even get a glimpse of a car or a rider in front of you, even a minute ahead, because you can only see literally seconds in front of you. It just twists and turns. We're like tucked on a veranda here on a mountainside and just charging around, trying to keep in Monaco, but we can't, of course. Some 6 or 7 kilometers of the roads are on French soil. But Lance Armstrong here is showing a way since he won in 2005, but he hasn't changed. He is still an incredible athlete.
Well, Armstrong is an incredible person as well. It really is remarkable to think that he's been away from the sport of professional cycling for all of this time, and he's come straight back and slotted back in at the top very comfortably. Although he did say over the first couple of races he was a little bit nervous riding in the peloton with a bunch of guys of 150 or 160 strong, and that's something he had to learn to do again in the Giro d'Italia. Look at the way he's taking all of these corners, looking for the lines around them, making sure that he doesn't lose too much momentum. This is the tricky part of the course, and this is where if you take too many risks, you find yourself coming unstuck.
Well, Maxime Montfort is at the finish now, best time of 20 minutes and 42 seconds. That is a very, very quick time considering the nature of this course. So we can expect Lance Armstrong to go inside the 20-minute mark here, and all of that for what is in the equivalent of 10 miles. That is quick.
It certainly is very fast indeed. He still has the fastest time at the only time check out on the course, 7.5 kilometers, which he covered in 11 minutes and 39 seconds. He's still got that high cadence, looking down there for a fraction to check on his gears to make sure that everything was completely and utterly lined up. Again, another of these nasty little bends as we drop away from French soil to come back into the Principality of Monaco.
So Armstrong went through that check 11:39. Montfort was at 12:01, 22 seconds slower than Armstrong, but has finished so far with the best time. Now, having looked at these pictures and the way Armstrong is diving for the barriers and clipping off the corners, he's going to come in with a time around 19:55, I reckon.
Well, the funny thing is, Phil, I'm certain that he's going to stop the clock with the fastest time when he comes into the finishing straight, but we're going to have to wait for around about 2.5 hours to see whether the big names at the top end of the leaderboard are going to challenge Armstrong's time.
Yes, and of course the advantage is possibly for them as well. They know what Lance will have done because they're probably just warming up round the back, just watching one eye on the television screens or listening to the mechanic. They'll say that Lance is doing this time or that time. And so they're going to know, hey, there's a little flick on his back wheel there. He actually jumped off the edge of that roundabout.
I think that was just a power jump more than anything else. He went around that roundabout and the back wheel just jumped a fraction. What you have to remember about these machines, these bikes are made here, Phil, to be aerodynamic, and they're not necessarily the most maneuverable bikes in the world, but they are also very rigid, and sometimes they do jump a little bit like that at the back.
Running into the last 1,500 metres now for Lance Armstrong. He's on 18.9. 1,500 metres will take him about 1 minute 45 to get to the line. He's driving on now. He's just settled back into that profile position, and he's kicked again. He is fighting this all the way to the line. He knows from his own experiences that this time trial could make all of the difference for the rest of the Tour de France. It'll strike a blow for him against his team. It'll remind them all he's back and he's good. Or if the others go quicker, they may not have any respect for him later on.
Well, I think you always have to have respect for a man who's won the Tour de France on 7 occasions. He's going through the kilometre to go, Phil, at around about 18:48. So your prediction of 19:55, I reckon, is pretty much on form. He should cover this last 6 kilometre in around about 1:05.
What an eerie feeling here. Probably drop down from 6th gear to 5th as he starts to make the final approach to the line, as he'll come out and swing onto the finishing road, where the Grand Prix has finished so many times, but now it's the Tour de France making its first ever start in Monaco, and the 17th time on foreign soil. 2 years ago it started in the city of London, where Canelara was the winner there of what was a prologue time trial. He's going out favourite and starting near the end this time around, but this is going to set the marker for everybody else to beat. Lance Armstrong is challenging the time at the finish of Maxime Montfort, which is 20:42, through the chicane into the home straight. Then it's all down to the clock.
It's all getting the gears up now, getting the turbo whistling as fast as you can. And I can tell you one thing, Phil, he was 20 seconds up at half distance. He's going to be more than that at final distance.
Little bit of a speed wobble, that's how much. Look at his face. Lance Armstrong, 7 times a winner of the Tour de France. 4 years ago was the last time. He's been out of the sport. He's heading for the best time. As he now lines up, you can see the finishing line. He's just gone over 20 minutes. He's slowed a little bit here on Montfort, but he's kicking for the line. He's looking for 20:42, and he's going to beat that. He hits the line, 20:12. He gets the best time, but he did clearly slow on that second half.
Well, that was the technical part of the course, Phil, that he was going through there. He may have lost a little bit of time going around 1 or 2 of the corners, but certainly the speed was high, the speed was there, and on a course like this, to do 46 kilometres an hour is certainly not bad at all. Now we've got to sit down and buckle the seatbelts and wait for 3 hours to find out whether or not anybody's going to beat that.
Well, Armstrong said there's no pain without gain in the Tour de France. We all have to suffer the pain, but sometimes it's a good pain, and you know when you're going well, and I think Lance knew all the way around that course he was going well. The other top American time trialist, Leipheimer, has all just about left the start house now for Astana. He might have just heard the time of his teammate and friend Lance Armstrong.
Yeah, that's the time check at half distance there. 11:39 for Lance Armstrong, ahead of Maxime Montfort by 22 seconds. And Charlie Wegela's going through there with a fine performance there in 3rd place as we look down on the rock of Monaco, the central part of what became the very famous Principality here.
Well, as the riders continue to fly out of the start house, this is Jérôme Coppel, who's making his start now for the French team of Française de Jeu, so there should be plenty of cheers for him on course. So he's concentrating now, but the talk all around Monaco is that Lance Armstrong is back and he's now sitting at the finishing area with the best time so far. 20 minutes, 12.35. Montfort is second, Arveson is third. But of course, the big names of the Tour de France are still to go. Only one has finished. See you soon.
Morning movies. You've all been picked. You're all heading out. Netflix members have made a list of the DVDs they want to see. They'll receive their movies, it's you guys, in about 1 business day. Now, with never late fee, they can keep you as long as they like. And now, for no additional fee, they can watch some movies instantly on their TV. Let's move it, people. You too, romantic comedy.
Netflix. Rent as many movies as you want for only $9 a month. No late fees ever.
Geico's been saving people money on car insurance for over 70 years. And who doesn't want value for their dollar? Been true since the day I made my first dollar. Where is that dollar? I got it out to show you.
Was it rather old and wrinkly?
Yeah, you saw it?
Fancy a crisp?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The hotter the hot. The colder the cold. The greater the demand. The more you need Duralast. Batteries built to exceed the need. Batteries built to meet or exceed original equipment standards for cold cranking amps. Batteries built with the power to hold up to heavy electrical demands. Batteries so good they come with a coast-to-coast warranty. Only at AutoZone.
Remember that feeling? It's time to get it back. Come to a free relationship workshop sponsored by the Colorado Healthy Marriage Project. To sign up or learn more, visit marry-well.org. That's marry-well.org.
Crank it up. The ultimate NASCAR pre-race party is only on Speed. NASCAR Race Day. Be there. You'll be in the middle of the action. Live with John Roberts, Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Wallace, and thousands of NASCAR's biggest fans. And get the inside track with live reports from Wendy Venturini.
Let's get to the stories at hand.
Don't miss NASCAR Race Day. Built by the Home Depot. All season long. NASCAR on Speed. Yeah. Be there.
Speed is about winning races, breaking records, and making history. What do I see at 230 miles an hour? It's tunnel vision, and you have one goal, the checker flag. Speed is my drug.
There's gotta be a new race!
Good time trial is someone who can pretty much suffer on his own.
To really be sharp in the time trials, you need to really learn how to push yourself to the maximum.
It's just all pain because you're going as hard as you can for a set period of time by yourself.
It's easy when there's other riders around you, that they push you and they make you stretch yourself and suffer. For you to do that to yourself, it takes a lot of focus, a lot of mental toughness.
Look at the tension. This man is trembling now. He knows how important this individual time trial is. He's ready. The important thing is to come out of the starting ground with the motor hot, ready to whistle, and there he goes.
It's just you and the clock, so you need a lot of self-motivation and to be able to look past the pain and continue to go as fast as you can.
When you know that you can win the time trial, that's the key.
Yes, the face of Levi Leipheimer there. That was in the Tour of California, which he won. And now we're catching up with the live feed here in Monaco, and there is Levi out on course. He's making his run now over this 15.5 kilometer circuit. He's been on the road just over 6 minutes. Remember that Armstrong is in his teammate, best time still standing, and he got to that check in 11 minutes and 39. So approximately 5 minutes still to run to the check for Levi Leipheimer. No change in the overall, but moments ago there was plenty of action out on course as we watch here Jerome Coppel. But just take a look at this, about 4 kilometers in, and this is Tony Martin of Team Columbia High Road, and he goes straight past Monderi, and that in a matter of a few kilometers, caught for a minute. And I feel that that is going to be significant. It might even match Armstrong's time, but he hasn't got to the checks yet. We'll keep you up in that, of course. Peter Rouillac is going through there. He's on the finishing result at the moment. We're catching up with all of the action here now. Out on course, this is Matteo Tossato making the start. Monderi is the last rider through the check. Martin has just gone through the check, Paul, in the best time. He has gone through 12 seconds quicker than Armstrong.
Well, that's a big indication, because Tony Martin is a very good individual time trialist. He's won 3 time trials so far this season, and I think that is extremely important to note, that he's beaten Lance Armstrong at half distance by 12 seconds, Coppel by 23 seconds, and Maxime Montfort, his own teammate, by 34 seconds. It's an indication maybe that Lance Armstrong was suffering a little bit on this climb, and maybe because of the very heavy week that he's had. You know, Lance Armstrong has been almost over 3 of the race courses so far this week, and that may well have left a bit of fatigue in his legs. But Tony Martin seems to me, Phil, to be absolutely flying here. 12 seconds faster than Armstrong at half distance, and look at the speed he's going around that corner. The rider there is Monderi, and he's the man that he caught before the top of the climb.
He hasn't let him go, though. Now we're flipping off over the other side. 3 wins this year for the Columbia HTC rider, and he's only 24 years of age, and he's now settling into his first Tour de France. And he was the king of the mountains in Paris-Nice and in the Tour of Switzerland. So he's not just a time trialist. He could develop into a great all-rounder. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year we could be talking about him as a possible final winner of the Tour de France as he develops and gets stronger.
Well, I think he's got the ability to go around these corners quite a bit faster, and he could open up the time gap on Lance Armstrong, because Armstrong, I think, Phil, was taking 1 or 2 of those corners slightly gingerly, and maybe because it's the fact that he's been away from the sport. Mind you, talking about that, Martin's taken that quite gingerly too.
No chances taken at all here. And that's at the 5 kilometers from the finishing point. Well, he's got himself 12 seconds advantage over Armstrong at that check. Now it's basically all downhill back into the Monaco finish. This would be a big surprise and might rock Lance a little bit, although he won't be seeing Tony Martin as a likely rival once we go out next week into the mountains.
No, but I think it's a question of hierarchy in Team Astana, Phil. He wanted to do a good ride on day 1 to be able to prove to the squad that he is the man capable of winning the Tour de France this year. Now, if he doesn't do a great performance in the opening prologue, it doesn't mean he's not going to win the Tour. It doesn't mean he's not going to finish on the podium, but it is an indication that he may well have to hand the mantle of leadership across to Alberto and Contador, at least for the first week of racing.
I must say, Lloyd Monderi here is hanging on and keeping in his slipstream. He's just about keeping himself legal as well, because the rules are you must fall back about 25 meters and you shouldn't ride directly in the slipstream of the rider ahead. You should be off to the left or right, although that's going to be a bit difficult on this course, because you do need to be on the apex of the bends to get around. Another kilometer ticked off for Tony Martin. This will be an interesting time. Heading towards the tunnel now before we're on to the finish on Quai Albert Premier. And Tony Martin won't be concerned about the whereabouts of the rider behind. He knows he's beating him already on the road by a full minute. But he won the 3rd stage of a big race in France in March, the time trial stage of the Podium International. And then in Germany, he won the 4th stage, which was also a time trial, in the Bayern Rundfahrt in Germany. And then he had a brilliant 2nd place finish in the Tour de Suisse. And I think that got him his final nod to come to the Tour de France.
And let's not forget that he climbed up to 2nd place overall in the Tour of Switzerland because of his time trialing ability. Now, how about that for a backdrop for the sport of professional cycling? Quite remarkable.
I think that is the whole of Monaco down there. That's just about it, folks. That's all you get for your money here. And it's only about 5 kilometers long, I think. So as we look at these beautiful, stunning pictures here, Martin heading down to the finish, the race in the tunnel again now. There's the man who could do a great ride for Garmin Slipstream, and that is Dave Miller. He will be going very shortly.
Right now, all over the country, Discover Card customers are getting 5% cashback bonus at the pump. Now more than ever, it pays to discover.
The relationship you have with your car isn't so different from your other relationships. Some burn hot and fast, but don't last very long. Some burn for a while, but don't throw much heat. And some smolder beautifully for a long time.
The award-winning Cadillac CTS sedan. And coming soon, the all-new CTS Sport Wagon.
Big Mac, you so want one.
My name is Derek Berge. I'm in Los Angeles, getting honked at.
Quaker State wants to know, who has the world's worst commute?
74 miles, 4 hours. I have a sweaty, wet back, and it's 110 degrees. Speed limit, 65. Me, 5. My engine, not happy.
A tough commute is tough on your engine, so get an oil that goes way beyond industry standards. Quaker State bonds to metal surfaces for 2 times better wear protection. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
Protesting is awesome.
Yeah. Do you want to go to my apartment?
What?
What?
Need a moment?
I thought you were a believer. Someone who wanted to blog about their ideals.
I love blogging.
Chew it over with Twix.
My name is Esther.
They gave her a home,
Do you like it?
It's perfect.
but she is not who you think she is.
The orphanage you thought she came from has never heard of her.
On July 24th,
Esther started the fire.
oh, come on. Esther has a secret
She's been lying to me.
you'll never see coming.
You don't know how long I've waited for a family like yours.
What did you do?
Orphan, rated R, starts July 24th.
Welcome back. This is the time trial. This is Levi Leipheimer on his way downhill towards the finish, but Tony Martin, our cameras aren't with him, but he must be very close to the line, and there he is. Martin, and still got the man he's caught for a minute, Mondry for company, and riding a bit too close now, but the time to beat is that of Lance Armstrong, 20 minutes and 12 seconds. He has got to do that. He's kept the speed on all the way, and Mondry has even gone over the top of him. That's not very gentlemanly indeed, as Martin now lines up for the finish. Keep your eyes on the rider on the second. It might confuse the clock, this, as 2 riders finish together, but around 20 minutes 3 seconds, I would think, because the clock confused there by the sprinting of Mondori, but I would say that that is certainly the new best time by about 8 or 9 seconds. We'll confirm that as soon as we know that, when they sort it out. Well, as we look down there at the Bay of Monte Carlo, Paul, Mondori a little bit cheeky there because he came over the top, confused the computer, but I think Martin's in with the best time by about 8 seconds. We're just waiting for the computer to sort that one out. But in fact, Mondori could well find himself in for a penalty tonight because he was a bit too close to Martin on that run into the finish. Back with Levi out on course.
Well, Levi Leipheimer went through the first time check just 3 seconds off the best time of Tony Martin. Tony Martin's time has come in now, confirmed
confirmed as the best time, Phil, at 20 minutes and 5 seconds, 7 seconds faster than Lance Armstrong. But can this man, Levi Leipheimer of Team Astana, turn that around to put Astana back on top?
Well, interestingly, Armstrong went quicker over the second half of that race than Martin did, but he held on to his advantage, and 20.05. So we're back here now with Levi Leipheimer out on the main course, and he's having a bit of a problem with these corners.
I think everybody is. This is a very technical course coming down off the top of the Côte de Beausoleil, and a lot of riders will lose time on the downhill section of the course, and I think that's why it was imperative to come out and look at the course this morning. David Miller has said that he wants to try and do a sterling ride here this afternoon, formerly a world time trial champion and formerly a stage winner at the Tour de France.
Back down to the start house then. These are the big moments as Dave Miller in the start house gets the bleeps. Big moments for Dave Miller here for the American Garmin Slipstream team as he goes out. I've never seen him looking so sharp. He really does look good at the moment. Desperately unlucky not to win a stage of the Dauphiné Libéré race, which is a warm-up race for the Tour de France in the Alps. He was literally caught 50 meters from the line and lost out. So desperately unlucky on that occasion. But I think somewhere along the road, we're going to be talking in proud terms of David Miller.
Well, he's got that high cadence. He's ready to go, and he's ready to judge his effort over this 15.5-kilometer test.
Well, as we watch here, Miller and the crowd cheering him away. We'll go back down to the start, but let me remind you, the Tour hasn't visited Monaco in 45 years, but for this 96 race, today's start locale mirrors the star power on display in the event. Monaco is so small that wrapping 15 kilometres of racing into 2 square kilometres is quite a trick. But this is a course for the sprinters too, like Thor Hushoff, who want an early yellow jersey. Visit bicycling.com for exclusive daily Tour commentary and analysis from cycling's biggest names. Interactive stages, maps and all. Miller working through the gears now, settling down, we hope. Well, as we watch David Miller go out on course, we should be swinging back shortly towards the finishing line for the arrival of Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer sits in second best time, only 3 seconds slower than Martin Paul at the 7.5-kilometer check, and Martin went slower on the way down. 1 kilometer to go for Levi. Has he turned the tables?
I think he has. If you're looking at that time there, 18 minutes and 45 seconds, it should take him about a minute and 10 seconds to get himself to the finish line. I have a feeling that he's going to go inside the 20-minute mark, and that will put him inside the time of Tony Martin. He's not moving the top part of his body at all, and that means indication to me that he's got the power still in those legs. He's using a fairly big gear. He doesn't have the cadence that Lance Armstrong had a little while back. As you can see, Gustav Larsson stopping the clock there with third best time, but the next man to come in will be Levi Leipheimer, and his time is going to be impressive.
Well, I think he's certainly well up on Larsson there, so he'll be getting his way into the finishing line very shortly. Now, of course, he's the third prong of attack on the Astana team. We've talked all the time about Alberto Contador and, of course, about Lance Armstrong, but Leipheimer has always said he'll ride his best and he might well come through, and he's going to come through this time. Remember, Contador's still to go near the end, but I'm pretty sure this will knock 20.05 off the board. There's the face of Levi Leipheimer from Santa Rosa, California, grits his teeth through the chicane, lines up for the finish. Head goes down now as he drives towards the line. He's got 5 seconds to hit it. He makes it 20.02, best time for Leipheimer.
Well, by 3 seconds, I thought it might have been a bit more than that. There must be a slight rising wind in that final kilometer, because these riders are actually taking the final kilometer in a time of around about 1 minute and 15 seconds. But for Levi Leipheimer, that now puts Team Astana back on top, and that was a very determined ride by the man from Santa Rosa, California, as you said, Phil. So the overall standings at the moment at stage 1 is Levi Leipheimer 3 seconds faster than Tony Martin, and still right up there Lance Armstrong in third, looking for around about 10 seconds.
So Armstrong down to third place here, but he won't be too unhappy with Leipheimer getting the top marks there. There's the rather shattered face of Leipheimer. He'll feel good. He's won 1 stage in history in the Tour de France 2 years ago in Angoulême, but but now he's looking to possibly win a big time trial here. That'll take some beating, Paul, whatever way you look at it. So just looking here at Matteo Tessato, as he's got the long, lonely road towards the top of Beau Soleil, the Sunshine Hill, as I call it. There is the finish of Lance Armstrong. When he arrived, it was best time. Then it was Tony Martin with his own private duel. He upped the ante a little bit, and now it's Leipheimer. Will he hold on?
She wants to make up. We decided to turn in early.
We just know.
Finding the moment that's right for you both can take some time. That's why Cialis gives men with erectile dysfunction options. 36-hour Cialis or Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment is right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Cialis for daily use or 36-hour Cialis. Ask your doctor if Cialis is right for you, so when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Hamels looks toward home. The pitch. He walks him.
Come on, Cole. Keep pounding the corner. Give him a chase one outside.
Who are you?
Oh, Dad.
Oh, no.
Wearing the same cap the pros wear doesn't mean you're one. New era. Make the majors or buy one at the store.
Growing up in a family with my dad winning the Indy 500, you take some heat. There's really no sport like it. We're inches apart, wheel to wheel, and one touch, and you're gone. It's a crazy lifestyle. That's how it goes. It's gotta be a new
What's up, Kat?
I'm reading an article about that new show, It's On, with Alexa Chung.
What? Alexa's live show will allow her to say and do whatever she wants.
True dat.
Then why are you wasting your time?
Because that jacket she's wearing is fierce.
I saw it first.
It's On with Alexa Chung, weekdays at noon.
For 54 holes of Denver's most amazing mini golf, powerful electric go-karts, and dueling dragsters, make it a day at Adventure Golf and Raceway. Come live the adventure today.
What's up, Kat?
I'm reading an article about that new show, It's On, with Alexa Chung.
What? Alexa's live show will allow her to say and do whatever she wants.
True dat.
Then why are you wasting your time?
Because that jacket she's wearing is fierce.
I saw it first.
It's On with Alexa Chung, weekdays at noon.
For adventurous birthday parties and group outings, check out the amazing mini golf, go-karts, and dueling dragsters at Adventure Golf and Raceway. Call or click now for low group rates.
You know, we're really excited about the tour in 2009, obviously the first stage in Monaco.
I think starting in Monaco is going to be very cool, not far from where I live in Spain. Definitely motivated for that.
It's an awesome course, you know, and to start there in such a historic place, it's going to be really neat.
Yes, welcome back. This is Monaco, and that is Monte Carlo. It's the home of the rich and the famous, and the best bike riders in the world are now competing in the opening day of the Tour de France. It all starts here this year. It's a long way to Paris. It'll take them 3 weeks. And at the moment, Lance Armstrong and Levi Leipheimer have strutted their stuff. They sit in first and third place in the results so far, but I have to spoil a little bit by saying there's an awful lot of men still to start. This is the world champion of the time trial at the moment, Bert Grapsch, underway. Now we'll see if Grabs can repeat the form he was showing in the Tour de Suisse not long ago, but he's going to be stunned a little bit by some of the rides that have been done. Back to David Miller, out on course, also looking very fluid at the moment.
Yeah, David Miller, I think, has spent a lot of time getting himself ready for this 15.5-kilometer test, but I'd be interested, Phil, to see the time of Bert Grabs when he gets to the top of the climb, because Team Columbia High Road are extremely dedicated to try and get a win in the opening days. Looking at Miller here, he looks very comfortable on his machine, sitting fairly far forward. Every time he feels that the speed is starting to drop down, you'll notice he get out of the saddle to accelerate up to maximum speed again. A lot of these riders try and use a heart rate monitor or the speedometer on their bikes here to try and keep themselves at top speed. But Miller, in fact, is about to catch Coldo Fernandez, the rider from Euskaltel Euskadi, and that's an indication Miller's pretty much on fire in this test.
Fernandez in his first Tour de France might be a bit more of a reckoning rider in the bunch sprints, but right now he looks as though he's hardly moving here as the Express from Glasgow moves up onto his sights and will go smoothly by him there as we swung away from him as we've gone back to Tassato here on the Quick Step team. Occasionally we see time checks there. They are the midway check, which is at 7.5 kilometers, by the way, the top of Beausoleil, Sunshine Hill. Tassato, as you can see, the sun has got through again now. It's gone most pleasant. Very humid in Monaco, exceptionally so. Rather like being in an Asian country right now. 1 kilometer to go for Matteo Tassato.
Well, Tassato is a man we'll see a lot of in the opening flat stages of the Tour de France this year, trying to get his man Tom Bonen to the front for the sprint. Bonen is a great sprinter, a former winner of the green jersey competition, and a man who I think Phil would like to get himself a green jersey win this year if he can.
Well, this is the famous tunnel where you see the F1 cars race through. Today, perhaps not quite so quick, but certainly as energetic as these riders pump the pedals round briefly into the sun as we're heading towards the chicane now. That'll flick him onto the finishing straight, which is round to the left at about 11 o'clock off the left shoulder of Tassato. That's the finishing area there. Some of these huge boats that moor in the harbour here. Speaking to somebody yesterday, they often move them out and anchor them in the Mediterranean Sea to save money because they can't afford to moor them in the harbour. This is an expensive place to live. Here comes Tassato pumping those pedals up to the straight. We don't expect anything great off him, and it's not going to be a bad ride, Paul. Top 15 at the moment, maybe. 180 riders in this year's Tour de France with all of the big names, including last year's winner, Sastre. He'll be the last to start.
Well, a solid ride as he comes round the corner. In fact, he's about to catch the man who started a minute in front of him, and that, in fact, is Johan Horech, and he, too, is a big lead-out rider for one of the sprinters on Team Katusha. Stopping the clock there, Tassato, 24th, a fairly solid ride for him. I am a bit surprised, though, Phil, because the information is coming through that the time of Bert Grabs at the top of the climb is only the 19th fastest time, so he obviously didn't like the ascent of the climb of Beausoleil.
Can't blame him. Well, that's the standings at the moment. It makes happy reading for America, certainly. Levi Leipheimer in first, Lance Armstrong in third, the top 5 from Jerome Capel.
While looking for his remote, Alex makes an unfortunate discovery.
Oh, no.
If Alex had Netflix, he'd never pay late fees.
And he could even watch some movies instantly on his TV.
Wait. There's no DVD in here.
What?
I'm sorry.
Take the drama out of renting.
Netflix, DVDs by mail, plus some movies instantly on your TV. Only $8.99 a month.
At TireRack.com, we don't just sell tires, we test them. On our test track, and on real-world roads. So we stock nearly 1 million tires. That's the largest selection anywhere. And Tire Rack delivers to you or thousands of our independent recommended installers, usually in just 2 business days. Right now, when you buy a set of 4 select BF Goodrich tires, get a $50 Visa prepaid card. For details, go to TireRack.com/TV. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Visa debit is easier than cash and checks. More people go explore with Visa.
My Impreza has a Subaru Boxer engine. It's perfectly balanced for performance and handling. I love that engine. And I love anyone else who loves a Subaru engine too.
Impreza love knows no bounds. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Lease a Subaru Impreza for $179 per month with only $12.99 due at signing.
It's stinging a little bit more than usual. Yeah, you'll get used to it.
The longer you keep your high-mileage car, the more it pays you back. Get Castrol GTX High Mileage. It helps engines last longer by fighting the main causes of engine failure.
I think a dime went up my nose. Yeah, it happens.
Don't change your car, change your oil to Castrol GTX High Mileage. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
So last night, I had the weirdest dream that this unicorn...
Let's talk steroids. If I can knock 560 balls out of the park, I'm taking them. Jab the needle right here.
It's Fanarchy on Versus, an uprising of real sports fans.
Give it a break, buddy. Play for the fans, not to the fans.
With serious issues.
Who cares? Everybody's juicing.
From their webcams to your TV.
You need advice? Come talk to the big fella.
Fanarchy on Versus.
Well, fans, this year Nike has partnered with engineers at Carnegie Mellon to build a custom robot that will write your messages of courage, inspiration and hope to the streets of France. Let's take a look. And we're back with the time trial now, and this is David Miller, head down for the finish now. He's gone over the top in the 4th best time, but only a few seconds off the best time, which is still held by Tony Martin, although Martin is now lying 2nd at the finish behind Levi Leipheimer. There's Leipheimer's time, 20 minutes, 2.52 seconds. David Miller is going to be close, but I don't think he's going to reach Levi's time unless he's literally dropped off the Beau Soleil like a stone. I must say, he's looking very good at the moment as he heads down towards the finishing line. We've still got the tunnel to come. Last couple of kilometers now. He's a very improved bike rider this year, David Miller. He really has sharpened his act up, and he's very happy on the Garmin Slipstream team. There's the situation at the moment. Leipheimer is on top, and I can tell you now that we can join Robbie Ventura, who has caught up with Levi Leipheimer.
Levi, tough little course out there. What are your thoughts on the course, and now you have best time, so do you think that'll hold up for the rest of the day?
I doubt it. But, you know, my mentality coming into the tour was come in a little fresh and hopefully get better in the 3rd week. We did the Giro. I took it relatively easy for what I'm used to in June. But I was a little torn because this is such a great course and it's a good one for me. I mean, I still did my best. I don't think I had the best day of my life or anything, but I'm glad to have the fastest time. That says something.
Well, you have the fastest time. You came out of the Giro. You've been firing on all cylinders all year long. Tough to balance the recovery after the Giro and the training. Are you happy with how your legs felt with the performance today?
No, I mean, like I said, I didn't feel like I was stomping the world or anything, but I think for the tour, it's just right exactly where I want to be.
How crazy was the downhill? You seemed a little tentative.
Oh, I did? Jeez, thanks. I was actually proud of myself, but thanks for... No, I felt good considering this is only my 3rd day on this bike. It actually descends really well and it's stiff, so that was a nice surprise.
All right, good luck the rest of the days.
Thank you.
Well, that was Frank Andreu, in fact. Now take a look at this here. This is moments ago. Oh no, it's not but live pictures here with David Miller, who continues to go down the hill well. And interesting there that Leipheimer just done his best, but it doesn't feel as though it possibly might be the winning time there, but I think it was pretty smart. Under the 3 kilometers to go banner for Dave Miller, and he really is going well down the climb here as he drives on. Now this is where Levi said he was having a little bit of trouble on the descents, and this is Miller locking up his back wheel here twice. He managed to correct it. Well, Leipheimer had the same problems as David Miller did there, but at least Miller has managed to correct the slide. There's a nice bit of bike handling, David, as he got round on the inside of that barrier. There's the blue Mediterranean Sea down there. And that's where we're racing back to, right at the base of our picture on the straight. Shadow of the sun right on top now of Bert Grabsch as he continues down towards the last kilometre of the ride. And this will be an interesting time. I don't think it's going to be the best time. He's not appearing on our good times at the halfway check.
Well, he's going, I think, very slowly, in fact, Phil, and he doesn't really seem to have got the form that took him to the World Time Trial Championships, because I would say that David Miller is not very much more than 300 or 400 metres behind this rider.
Well, to catch the world champion of the time trial, that would be a real flag in your hat, that's for sure. But this is Grabsch coming up. He's the sort of rider who will ride flat out if he feels he can win. Otherwise, he won't bother if he feels he can't. And this looks like to be perhaps the latter today, as Bert Grabsch swings up towards the finish, way off the best time of Leipheimer. And he is the world champion, losing well over 1 minute and 20 seconds there.
Well, he won't be happy with that, but he will know that there's an awful long way to go before we get to the finish. And now David Miller will be the next rider to come into the finishing straight, because he has passed Coldo Fernandez, and he wasn't far away from getting himself Bert Grabsch in his sights.
This might be a very, very interesting time for Miller, who slip and slid his way from the top of the Beau Soleil through the chicane now and on towards the finish. As he'll flick left into the straight here. Miller drives on. He really got ambitions today. This is a man trying to squeeze the last second out of that machine, but he's not going to do it. 20:02 is the time for Leipheimer. It's just gone by, but there's still a possible podium finish if he can pack a sprint finish. Looking at Tony Martins. Now he's looking at Armstrong. He's going to fall away from Armstrong's time as well. So that little bit of a skid up on the mountain may have cost him dearly here, as Miller now seems to have lost ground on the second half of the race. Crosses the line, 5th place at the moment, 20 minutes and 34 seconds.
Well, if he stays at 5th till the end of the afternoon, he shouldn't be too disappointed with that, because I think he's looking at putting in some sterling performances on some of the stages of the Tour. He said he's come to this Tour de France, Phil, looking for a stage victory if he can somewhere out on the course. I think now, once we look down the list of riders still to come, we're going to have to wait a long time to see Levi Leipheimer's time get challenged.
Out on course, 63 riders of the 180 have passed through the first check. 54 of them have arrived at the finish, and Leipheimer of the USA and Team Astana from Kazakhstan is best so far. 20 minutes, 2.52 seconds, 3 seconds quicker than Tony Martin of Germany and Team High Road, and 10 seconds quicker than his teammate Lance Armstrong. Quite amazing, really, but they're still holding first and third, and they've delivered the goods. Tony Martin's ride, by the way, was not a surprise. We expected that.
We certainly did. Just looking down there, that's the old part, the old town of Monaco. You can just see the palace over to the right-hand side, the palace of the Prince Albert II.
Just confirming here the overall situation at the moment. Well, as we look down again on Monte Carlo here, we'll learn more about Team Astana. We're going to take a break now, and the man, of course, who's back on that team is Lance Armstrong. So we'll learn more about Armstrong, Leipheimer and the team when we come back after this.
When it comes to the Tour de France, we have such a phenomenal team that tactically it's superior.
Big Mac, you so want one.
When the light comes on, just come in. Pep Boys.
This week, Manny, Mo, and Jack bring you the Pep Boys Tire Celebration. Buy 1 tire for as low as $24.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free. Through Sunday, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, just $9.99. When the light comes on, just come in.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS or visit pepboys.com.
The relationship you have with your car isn't so different from your other relationships. Some burn hot and fast, but don't last very long. Some burn for a while, but don't throw much heat. And some smolder beautifully for a long time.
The award-winning Cadillac CTS sedan.
And coming soon, the all-new CTS Sport Wagon.
At 10 p.m., that's what we're all about. The truth matters. We're keeping them honest. Someone has to. Raw, honest reporting. Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 7 p.m. Pacific on CNN.
Brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota store.
Welcome back to Time Trial Day, the opening day of the Tour de France. Let me bring you up to date. We've been on air now for nearly an hour and 25 minutes. Lance Armstrong delivered the first best time, rather to be expected. Then Tony Martin came through and scorched into the lead, pushing Armstrong to second. Then Leipheimer, he came home and set the best time. That's how it stands right now. 20:02 for Leipheimer, and 2 seconds back is Martin, 9 seconds back is Armstrong. Noticeably, Team Astana hold first and third place. This is a brilliant team, always said to be the strongest on paper. They're based in Kazakhstan, but they have Leipheimer and Armstrong. Let's learn more about the Team Astana.
A bold move by ASO. They have excluded Astana, based really just on that Astana name.
It's a sad move that the Tour de France have made.
For Team Astana to miss the Tour de France, it became a silver lining.
It was a great motivator for the riders. I mean, I've never seen them that hungry.
Not being there last year makes me want it more this year. I want to be more prepared and more focused.
To win 2 stages and be second overall in the Vuelta, while Alberto won 2 stages and was first overall, that was very gratifying because of what had happened to us through the year, to be banned from those ASO races and to be able to come out and say, you know, we're the best and you missed us. That was nice.
At the end, you know, I mean, I have to thank the Tour for not inviting us because we had a great season and everybody was happy.
Is this the best team that's ever been assembled in cycling?
This is the best I've ever witnessed.
Cloden is going to hit the highlights here for Astana, and now we are watching Contador. He gave us a 2-arm salute. Being drawn like a magnet to the lines, Leipheimer was on fire.
We must win the Tour with this team. When you look at the roster of riders we're going to come in the Tour de France, we're going to be the biggest favorite there.
When it comes to the Tour de France, we have such a phenomenal team that tactically it's superior.
This team is deep. I mean, it starts with him. He's the best cyclist in the world right now. But it's a deep team. You throw Levi in there, you throw Cloden in there, throw this old guy Armstrong in there. I mean, it's U.S. Postal Discovery all over again.
The strongest guy of the team will win. Whether that's Lance or Contador or Levi or Cloden, I mean, it can be anybody.
We know we have the best riders in the team, and we know we can win for sure.
Well, on paper, it is the best team in the world, and they're showing it right now as they hold first and third place in the time trial here. Alberto Contador is still to start, of course. Andries Cloden is still to go as well. These boys know how to ride the Tour de France. Leipheimer is holding best time at this moment. There's a lot of countries represented in this race, with Muriev, Sergio Paulinho, he's a Portuguese cyclist, a silver medalist in a former Olympic Games. Popovic is back alongside Armstrong now. Gregory Rast, he's the strong workhorse. He'll be doing a lot of work out on the highways. He won't be doing much winning. Zabriskie will help in the mountains. He's a great climber. So that's the setup, and now let's get back to the action down there below the helicopter on today's opening stage of the time trial. As we look down there, Paul, and let's just talk for a few moments about Team Astana, because this time last year we were bemoaning the fact that they were out of the Tour de France. Perhaps you can explain why.
Well, they were out of the Tour de France because the team, in fact, was inherited, if you like, from the Kazakh team that was put to support of Alexander Vinokourov. And because Vinokourov was ejected from the Tour de France for a doping infraction, they decided that Tour de France themselves, they didn't want Team Astana back because of that. But it's not the same team. It's a completely different structure that has been put together to support Alberto Contador, Levi Leipheimer, and of course Lance Armstrong. And unfortunately, they retained the same name and the link to Alexander Vinokourov. And there's a lot of talk going on at the moment, Phil, that Alexander Vinokourov wants to come back and take the team back again.
Yeah. Well, last year, of course, it meant that Alberto Contador was not here to defend his title. He'd won in 2007. So instead, he chose to ride the Tour of Spain. He won it. He chose to ride the Tour of Italy. He won it. So really, as Johan Bunila said, it was a blessing in disguise. It gave the teams more motivation and fresh ambition. But they're back now, and they're sitting on first and third at this moment.
And I think it probably gave Alberto Contador, Phil, a little bit of a chance to get himself used to being a big star in the 3-week Grand Tours, and being away from the Tour for 1 year, he maybe has learned an awful lot about himself. Jérôme Pinault, one of the French riders on Team Quick-Step, and you mentioned earlier about not too many French riders. Well, I think there's a French rider got a reasonable chance of doing a good ride in the time trial here this afternoon. That's Sylvain Chavanel, who I think had a very good start to the season in the Classics. Although he didn't win the French National Time Trial Championships, he could come back with a bit of revenge here in the opening time trial.
So Bernard Eisel, these are the legs of the Team Columbia squad. Eisel's just come nicely into form for the Tour de France as well. This has again been another tough team to break into and get the final nod for the top 9 riders to come, because they've won more races than any other team on the circuit this year. That was the same position they were in when their first year came last year as well. There's the time check for Eisel, stopping the clock about 12:44. 12:45, well, the clock's run on, but 12:44 point something it would have been.
Not an important day for this man, Bernard Eisel. More important for him tomorrow, because his goal will be to lead out the sprint for a teammate of his who happens to be called Mark Cavendish, who a lot of people call the Manx Missile. Now, Mark Cavendish is a sprinter, so for sprinters on a day like this, Phil, they actually try not to push themselves too much and use it, if you like, as almost a half rest day.
Yeah, because this is not the course where the sprinters are going to grab an early yellow jersey or get close enough to the big riders, I think, because of the hills, to look forward to perhaps winning a race. Just to remind you, by the way, that this is a real race on time, the Tour de France this year. There are no time bonuses whatsoever for winning or finishing second or finishing third on any of the stages. So it's all down to real time. It's what you actually cover the whole route in, which gives you that final maillot jaune in Paris.
Which is why it's going to make the team time trial in a couple of days' time around Montpellier extremely important, because if your team has a bad day on that occasion, you can lose 3, 4 or even 5 minutes on your standings in the overall classification, and that could be extremely important, especially, for example, for a man like Cadel Evans, whose team habitually in the past have never really done great team time trial performances.
No, he's going to have to work very hard to keep in touch with the leaderboard as we go down into the Pyrenees. They're the first big range of mountains, onwards to Andorra in the Pyrenees, and then we'll move north and over the top, finally going down into the Alps. Very, very difficult final week of this year's Tour de France. Pierre Rolland is coming in here, and Bert Grabsch is passing through the picture. My goodness, Bert Grabsch, he's a long way off the pace for a world champion, and Rolland comes in 36th place.
Everybody now who finishes outside of the top positions will be getting themselves back to the hotel as quickly as possible, trying to get themselves a massage. Most of these riders will have a 45-minute to 1-hour massage at the end of every stage, and spend as much time as they can wrapped up in their blankets, keeping themselves ready and rested for what's going to be, I have to say, tomorrow, Phil, will be a very difficult stage here in the south of France, and not only because of the heat, but also because of the rolling terrain. We're looking here at Bernard Eisel. He was 48th at the top of the climb. Not important for him, as I said, but his important role will come on the road tomorrow as we head down into Brignoles on a day which I expect will probably be ended up in a bunch sprint. Eisel has become quite a big buddy to Mark Cavendish over the last couple of months, and they work extremely well together when it comes down to the final couple of kilometers of any of the big Grand Tours, and Mark Cavendish can always count on this man.
Well, Eisel also giving it a little bit of respect on the descent here as he continues towards the finish. Nice steady pace for him. Now let me remind you, Tuesday's Versus delivers sport from soup to nuts. Thursday at 11, no one in the sports world can hide from the Sports Soup's Matt Iceman. Then at 11:30, Pride and Passion mix with a dose of insanity when the fans take over. Zach Selwyn hosts Fanarchy. Sports Soup and Fanarchy back to back tonight right here on Versus. Well, this is back out on course here at the moment. Jens Voigt, the face of concentration, always gives it his best shot. Chance to look at his low-profile handlebars there, but he's on the upper level just now as he continues to push through. 20:02 is standing the passage of time at the moment by Levi Leipheimer. And as he goes down, past through the check, I have to tell you, Jens Voigt hasn't pierced the leaderboard at the 7.5 kilometers. Leipheimer should be safe for a while longer yet. He should be still in the lead when we get back.
Hybrid for everyone is here. The Insight, designed and priced for us all from Honda.
The hotter the hot. The colder the cold. The greater the demand. The more you need Duralast. Batteries built to exceed the need. Batteries built to meet or exceed original equipment standards for cold cranking amps. Batteries built with the power to hold up to heavy electrical demands. Batteries so good they come with a coast-to-coast warranty. Only at AutoZone.
Want the good stuff for your home? Renter Center puts that goal in easy reach. Get the top name brands you trust without credit checks. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Now that's something we can all use. A little assist with our goals.
Right now, all over the country, Discover Card customers are getting 5% cashback bonus at the pump. Now more than ever, it pays to discover.
My name is Wes Birmingham, Atlanta, Georgia.
Quaker State wants to know who has the world's worst commute.
You got construction on 75, 285, I-20, 30 miles, 2 hours. There's nothing I love about traffic. Nothing. Gotta be killing my engine.
A tough commute is tough on your engine, so get an oil that goes way beyond industry standards. Quaker State bonds to metal surfaces for 2 times better wear protection. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Oh, come on in. I had some other things you could tell people about Geico. Great claim service and a 97% customer satisfaction rate show people really trust us.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Trust is key when talking about Geico. You gotta feel it. Why don't you and I practice that with a little exercise where I fall backwards and you catch me?
No, sir. Honestly, I don't think...
No, we can do this.
Oh, dear.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Welcome back. Yes, you are looking at Eddie Merckx. This happened yesterday. And other rides were here too, like Laurent Jalabert, Claudio Chiappucci and Rolf Sorensen there. They all got to work on a big criterium, some of the most famous bygone names in the world of cycling. They did a few neutralised laps, then he got a bit serious, so Eddie retired, but the man who won was Eric Zabel. Now, back to the action here as we go out again to Bernhard Eisel. No trouble for Levi just at the moment. They're coming and going. He stays there in the #1 position. We've had just over 70 riders reach the finishing line now as we continue our live coverage here of the opening day of the Tour on Versys. Not much further for Bernhard as he races back into the harbour here in Monte Carlo. This road has never been as quiet, Paul, as far as the traffic is concerned, because to get around this place, it's better to go by boat. It's very difficult to go anywhere by road.
Well, there's not very much of Monte Carlo for you to get around by car because it's pretty much locked off. Just as a matter of interest, by the way, did you know that the average person from Monaco can cross the country in 56 minutes on foot?
That is amazing. Probably the quickest way, too. It takes you about 2 hours by car. Here comes Bernhard Eisel. This team which is having such a tremendous success this year, using a lot of different riders to win races. This has been a routine time trial, if there is such a thing, for this man from Austria. Just to get round the course, deliver a reasonable time, keep away from being eliminated, of course, and in 21:26.
Job done for him for the afternoon, and he will get straight back to the hotel as quickly as possible and try and get himself ready and psyched up for, of course, tomorrow's stage, which theoretically should be a day for the sprinters as we head through the Provence on our way down to Brignoles.
The camera's gone out into the Mediterranean now to show us the shoreline, as Monte Carlo is just tucked away in the bay there, and then you go round the bay and you're immediately in France. Beautiful, hot, humid day. A little bit too hot perhaps for the race, I don't know. This is Verdugo who's coming in now for Euskaltel-Euskadi. 9th place, very good ride, good start for him.
Impressive ride for Euskaltel-Euskadi, and this man trying to set himself up as a team leader of that squad, Euskaltel-Euskadi. It's a long wait now, Phil, until all the big names come forward as we get a chance to look at the great backdrop that we've got here. It really is, I think, showing off Monaco at its best here this afternoon. As we look at the overall standings as we are currently, it's still Levi Leipheimer with a 3-second beating of Tony Martin. And that performance of Armstrong's is looking more and more solid, Phil, in 3rd place, only looking for 10 seconds on his teammate and 1 second ahead of the Olympic silver medalist Gustav Larsen.
Yes, but time gaps noticeably are getting big. I mean, the top 10 are separated by 45 seconds. That is a big margin in what is comparatively a short time trial. And that's why the riders to go nearer the end, the men that we might be talking about in 3 weeks' time as the likely winners of the Tour, people like Evans, Contador, Denis Menchov, Kim Kirken perhaps, and Carlos Sastre, they will need to try and equal each other's speed around this course today. Will it be better than Levi Leipheimer, who must himself be considered as a likely Tour winner? He's finished 3rd in the past. He's in a confused team. We don't know who the leader is yet. Armstrong, Contador, Leipheimer, Kloden, they all could do well given their chance. Here comes our friend Jens Voigt. He's riding his 12th Tour de France and he's back in town.
Yep, he's an aggressive bike rider. It looks as if he's fighting his machine every inch of the race. He's a man who you can be sure this year, I think, will adopt different tactics for Team Saxo Bank, and he'll see whether or not he can get himself out onto the open road and into an attacking situation.
Oh, the crowd is getting bigger and bigger down here in Monte Carlo as we start to dispatch the riders on their way. This will be Chris Sorensen who's making his move. This is his first Tour de France, by the way. Young man who is a real star of the future, I'm sure about that.
No, definitely. I think they've got a great number of development riders on this squad, and they bring them up to scratch at the right time, and that's why I think we'll see a lot of aggression coming from Team Saxo Bank this year. They're going to change their tactics.
Anker Sorensen, Chris Anker Sorensen. I think we might get a good ride out of him. This is the arrival of Jens Voigt as he comes up the home straight. He always looks fast. He is a very good time trialist, by the way. as we see him come through. We need the clock to come on screen to see if it's approaching the time of Leipheimer, because we can't see the clock on the road from our commentary position, as Jens Voigt has seen it, and he's now stamping on the pedals. It's a respectable time. It's not going to be a winning time, but for the moment Jens is in 20 minutes 54 for 11th position. Now the man currently sitting in 5th place after his finish is the Scots rider David Miller on Garmin Slipstream. Back to our ever-busy Frankie Andreu.
David, a tough little course here. It seemed like you were really turning the gear over. Can you tell me a little bit about your strategy for tackling this course today?
Yeah, I wanted to just kind of real punch it, you know, just kind of go over my limit, then rest, over my limit, then rest. It was very hard to just do one rhythm the whole time, so I mean, that's why I just had a high cadence so I could keep getting on top of the gear.
Very fast downhill. Can you take me through that hairpin corner with 5 kilometers to go? Kind of what went through your mind, and did it kind of shake you a little bit?
Yeah, I kind of totally overestimated the speed I was going at, underestimated, sorry. And it just, my front brake wasn't like closing, so I was pulling as hard as I could, and just because all the weight was on it, it wouldn't stop, so the back just kept swinging out, and I thought, oh God, it's getting closer and closer to hitting the barriers. Fortunately, it didn't.
Good effort today. Are you pleased with your performance and how you felt?
Yeah, I'm pleased. I mean, I felt really good, so I can't reproach myself anything. No, it was a good day. Obviously, I'd have rather done a bit better, but I'm not displeased myself.
Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you, Frank.
Yes, David Miller really is feeling good for this Tour de France. I think he might win a stage at some stage of this event and give Garmin something to cheer. We're back with the live pictures now. It's Chris Anker Sorensen riding his first Tour de France underway. First check at 7.5 kilometers. He should get there with a bit of luck in about 12 minutes. So Sorensen here. He's been going just over 2.5 minutes out of the start house. This is a wonderful crowd here. You can't get many more people into Monaco, and I'm just dreading trying to get out of the place tonight because it's like leaving a mountaintop finish, I think. There's so many people going to be heading for Italy and, of course, for nearby France. Still no change overall. And there's some start times for you. Big George is still to go. Sasta will wrap it all up at the end of the day. We'll take another break. See you soon.
100 potato chips or 100 Pringles. Both cost the same, but only the new Pringles Super Stack can makes everything pop. Same cost, but a lot more fun. Everything pops with the new Pringles Super Stack can.
Take a picture, let's not forget how beautiful this day has become. Here comes the sunshine, here comes a new day.
See what the new day brings. Days Inn, the best value under the sun.
Trish was relaxing on her Friday commute when she realized she forgot to pick up a movie. She needed to get to a video store fast, or all the good DVDs would be gone. Take the drama out of renting.
Netflix, unlimited movies for $8.99 a month.
When the light comes on, just come in.
This week, Manny, Mo, and Jack bring you the Pep Boys Tire Celebration. Buy one tire for as low as $24.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free. Through Sunday, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, just $9.99. When the light comes on, just come in.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS or visit pepboys.com.
Each week on Sports Soup, we cover the stories everyone's talking about.
This is the first person to streak on City Field. Yes, he's got it. That's my best friend, baby.
Sports Soup for everyone.
Painting will never be the same. Wagner brings you the only power painter with Optimus dual tip technology. With a more refined spray pattern here, Wagner's dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology, only from Wagner. The finish you want, the value you're looking for.
What's up, Kat? I'm reading an article about that new show, It's On, with Alexa Chung.
What?
Alexa's live show will allow her to say and do whatever she wants.
True dat.
Then why are you wasting your time?
Because that jacket she's wearing is fierce.
I saw it first.
It's on with Alexa Chung, weekdays at noon.
For 54 holes of Denver's most amazing mini-golf, powerful electric go-karts, and dueling dragsters, make it a day at Adventure Golf and Raceway. Come live the adventure today.
On Versus, an uprising of real sports fans with serious issues, from their webcams to your TV.
Yes, we're back with stage one, the time trial. Over half the riders have now started, and Levi Leipheimer is still there. 20 minutes, 2.52 seconds is the time you've got to beat to get yellow today. Tony Martin is in second place. He's on the Team Columbia High Road squad, and Lance Armstrong is in third. And as I say, half of the field have now started. Well, as we pan around the beauty of Monaco here and the palace of Prince Albert II, who is enjoying every moment of this time trial. For him, it's a dream realised. He wanted to bring the Tour de France here, and he's got his wish. He also was noticeably to say we would get 3 times as many spectators as for the Monaco Grand Prix, and he's right again.
Well, there's a huge number of people turned out to watch here this afternoon. It's packed down in Monaco around the port of Hercule, as we are under the shadows, of course, of the Prince's Palace, not too far behind us on the rock. The best time to beat of Levi Leipheimer is going to take an awful long time to beat, 20 minutes and 2 seconds. And I must admit, Phil, for a long time, I actually thought he was going to crack just inside the 20-minute mark, but he was just 3 seconds faster than Tony Martin.
Well, there's a nice look at the cathedral here in Monaco. Still the best time at that halfway check, Tony Martin. Best time at the finish, Levi Leipheimer. Well, this is the start now of Sébastien Rosler, who has now rolled down the ramp and is going to have a lot of work on his hands this year, Paul, because the return of Tom Bonan, let back into the race on by the Court of Arbitration just 48 hours beforehand to the demise, unfortunately, of the Australian Alan Davis. He'll be a good lead-out man, perhaps, for Tom Bonan. Back to Chris Sorensen.
Yeah, but looking at Chris Sorensen, I'd just like you to retain that name of Sébastien Rosler, because he's actually, although he's a young bike rider, Phil, he's a very good individual time trialist. He won 2 time trials this year, one in the 4 days of Dunkirk and one, of course, in the Tour of Belgium.
That's absolutely right. So let's see what he can do on what is a very tough course today. Well, just look at the face here of Chris Sorensen as we swing back towards the start house here. This is the moment when the heart stops, I think, as you slowly get the countdown. Looks to me as though he's almost smiling on his way out here. He's one of 2 Japanese here, Yukiya Arashiro. Going to enjoy every moment, and there are a lot of Japanese supporters come to support these 2 Japanese cyclists here in Monaco. We've seen them round the staging area for the last 2 days. So as Arashiro makes his start here for Monaco, let me remind you, do not forget to log on to versus.com/ride of your life every day during the Tour de France for your chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2010 Tour de France and a Cervelo S2 bicycle. You can also win a yellow jersey or a Polka Dot Mountains jersey like we use in the Cadillac Performance Prediction segment, signed by us. Today's code word you need is Podium. Remember that, Podium. No change in the results at the moment as the riders continue to drop down the start house here, one after another. Leipheimer, I don't think expected. This is a possible change here. Former champion of Italy, Mario Bruscigini, who's made his move. As he can do very good time trials. In fact, the only stages of the Giro d'Italia he's ever won are both time trials. He's finished 3rd overall in that race, but never seems to repeat the performance when he gets to the Tour de France. But we'll see. He's the 107th rider to drop down the start ramp today. as we creep towards the 180th, which will be Carlos Sastre at the end. So as we watch Brusigin go off into his ride around Monaco, we can just have a word with the man who's also still to start, George Hincapie. Here he is talking to Robbie Ventura.
George, your 14th Tour de France. You've been to a lot of grand departs. How does Monaco's start village here stack up?
This has got to be right up there with some of the best stuff. I mean, most memorable for sure. We're in a great setting here, and the course is probably one of the hardest prologues I've seen in the Tour de France, and it should be an exciting day.
More on that course. What kind of rider does this course suit?
Well, obviously, looks like a true climber because Levi's leading right now, and I actually rode some of the warm-up with him, and he looked good, and he didn't even sound that confident, but he did a great time. He's 6 seconds ahead of my teammate Tony Martin, so I think he's putting in a great ride, but there's still a lot of guys to come.
Great, George. Good luck.
Thank you.
14th Tour de France. The guy must be mad. No, he's such a wonderful man. George Hincapie there. He's only 2 short of the record, which is 16 by Joop Zoetemelk. Well, this Moignard seems to be speeding towards the finish, but the clock is saying he's not going to get anywhere near Levi Leipheimer. In fact, he's going to concede over a minute to Levi Leipheimer. His time is beginning to look quite good, isn't it, Paul?
It's not a bad time at all, I think, by Levi Leipheimer. Maybe not a bad choice by Team Astana to gamble on putting 2 riders off very early on in the afternoon, the Lance Armstrong and Levi Leipheimer. But, of course, putting 2 strong riders off in the latter part of the field as well, with Andreas Kloden and, of course, Alberto Contador. But I think this time of Levi Leipheimer is actually going to be a pretty tough one to beat.
He didn't seem too confident after the finish that it was a great ride, but he's leading at the moment. Moignard is in 38th for him in the rankings at the moment. Of course, Fabian Cancellara will be the real one that Leipheimer will be worried about. He still leads at the moment, though, ahead of Martin, Armstrong, Larson and Miller. We'll be back.
TireRack.com. We don't just sell tires, we test them on our test track and on real-world roads. We stock nearly 1 million tires. That's the largest selection anywhere. And Tire Rack delivers to you or thousands of our independent recommended installers, usually in just 2 business days. All this at prices that won't leave you flat. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Now it's easy to spot the good guys. When you use a business with the new Super Guarantee, you'll get the job done right, or we'll step in and help to make it right. Look for it on superpages.com. The Super Guarantee, making the good guys easy to find.
The relationship you have with your car isn't so different from your other relationships. Some burn hot and fast, but don't last very long. Some burn for a while, but don't throw much heat. And some smolder beautifully for a long time.
The award-winning Cadillac CTS sedan. And coming soon, the all-new CTS Sport Wagon.
Kelly Saunders Nature Valley. The place that inspires her to go faster and slower. Elk Mountains, Colorado. Where's yours? 100% natural Nature Valley granola bars. The taste nature intended.
We now offer phone service for $1.70 a month with Magic Jack. That's just $19.95 a year. $19.95 a year. We give you free local and long distance and your own phone number. Replace your phone company or add a second line with Magic Jack.
The great years of cycling, the 1940s, the 1950s, with Fausto Coppi and Bobel coming from teams supported by the bike industry, and we think it's time that happens again.
So I think that was important for many riders. If Carl Sassler is there, the last year's Tour de France winner, I can be there.
I'm happy to be in this team because for me every single race is a test.
back. The Tour de France on Versus is the most epic race ever. Follow the world's best riders online with exclusive tour content at Versus.com. Plus, sign up for the Versus Map My Ride Tour Challenge, and you could win a trip to France to see the winner cross the line in Paris. The Tour de France at Versus.com. Beautiful crowd. This is Mark Cavendish, the sprinter. We'll be talking a little bit about Mark for sure, maybe even tomorrow, but today he's going to just enjoy the cheers. I'm sorry about the picture at the moment. It's not behaving itself. It will soon, though, as we've gone up the road here to the Japanese rider. Yukiya Arashiro, one of two Japanese. That's a record in itself. Out on course here now, feeling the affection of the Monegasques as he makes his way around the route. There are a lot of Japanese here. I don't know when they arrived to see him, but they seem more than normal walking around the streets. Plenty of Australians. We've met South Africans. They've all packed in here to this tiny principality to enjoy the Tour de France.
And a lot of them will follow the Tour over the next few days, because we're pretty much in the holiday makers part of France, right in the southern part of France for the first 6 days as we make our way down to Barcelona on day 6. And that should be rather an interesting finish down there, because it's a hilltop finish, I should say, at the summit of the Montjuïc. This is the back of Marcel Brousset-Gine, and don't be surprised if he's not a man to threaten the top names at the leaderboard at 7.5 kilometers, because he's proved in the past that he's a very solid individual time trialist.
100 riders have gone through the first checkpoint now, the 180. So we're getting down towards the creme de la creme of the Tour gone by. Just finishing with the top man, Carlos Sastre, who was a surprise, yes, but was a brilliant winner. Remember how he rode away from the field on Alpe d'Huez last year and won at the top and took yellow to Paris. That was a marvellous day for Carlos. Lance Armstrong respects him because he says he's a man who gets himself into shape in the last week of a 3-week race. But Brousset-Gine at the moment, he's not really doing too much damage to the clock. The departure of Danny Pate here now, and Danny, a former Espoir under-23 world time trial champion. He's made his start, and he's the 115th man to go down the ramp. Still looking now at the speeding legs here of Brousset-Gine, who is heading towards, I think he's still heading towards that 7.5 kilometer check. He is, yeah. Brousset-Gine now not too far away from the 7.5 kilometer check as the clock ticks on. He's still got about 4.5 minutes to go to that point. Looking at the time on the left there.
Well, Phil, he's a rider who's been a professional since 1997. He's only won 3 races, but every one of those have been in the individual time trial. So don't discount him when we get to 7.5 kilometers to go.
Yes, clearly he's not a man that likes company when he rides his bike, but even so, this is not really the course perhaps for him either. Back out on course, number 71 on the route. That can only mean one man, Mark Cavendish from the Isle of Man. Without doubt, he's correctly earned the title now as the fastest sprinter in the world on the current racing circuit. There are very few riders in a straight sprint to the line can get near him now, never mind beat him. But he's not too good at going around corners by the look of it.
Well, Phil, he's not really giving it full gas in the individual time trial here, because as a sprinter you need every little bit of energy that you can muster when it comes down to charging out of the pack at the end of 150 or 180 kilometer stage. So looking back there, I think Cavendish, he's taking it easy today, but Frank Schleck will not take it easy. It's extremely important for Frank Schleck to put in a big ride here this afternoon. 5th overall in the Tour de France last year. This is an important rendezvous for him.
Frank knows what it's like to wear the leader's yellow jersey in the Tour de France. He knows what it's like to win on top of that revered mountain Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France. But now it's another Tour de France and we all start again. Frank is riding this race, he hopes, by the end of it in support of his younger brother Andy, who is amongst the bookies' favourites to win this year's event. And these two boys are blood brothers, believe me. They go everywhere together, and they are two guys who just seem to enjoy life as a pair.
Up the road ahead of Frank Schleck is Robert Gesink, and he's a rider who could finish in the top 10 in the Tour de France this year, and maybe he's also got a bit of responsibility on his shoulders to do a good individual time trial here, although the team leader for Team Rabobank of Holland is going to be Denny Menchov, who just about a month ago, Phil, was the winner of the Giro d'Italia.
As we switch back to Mark Cavendish, although guessing's been around a while, he's a rookie in the Tour de France, first one for him, and he's showing good early form. He was fourth the other week in the Dauphiné Libre race over similar roads to the Tour and over the Alps, so maybe he will be one of the surprises. Mark won't be thinking of the Alps or the Pyrenees, but he will be thinking of those long straight line finishes where he can use those legs. The British record for stage wins is 8, held by Barry Hoban, a Yorkshireman. Mark won 4 in one hit last year. It took Barry, I think, about 9 years to make the 8 wins. Well, 4 more this year, and he's up with him.
But Barry, I have to say, Barry Hoban's victories, Phil, were a little bit more varied because some of his were in the mountains and some were on the flats.
So there's the legs of young Mark Cavendish. We swing back here to Yukiya Arashiro, who's still plugging on towards the finish of his effort, his first big effort in his first Tour de France. But this man is still on top as we tick off another session. Levi Leipheimer is ahead of Tony Martin and Lance Armstrong, but we're getting closer to some big names. Back in a moment.
We all need people who will be there for us in life. People who say, we're with you, no matter what. At Wachovia and Wells Fargo, we're with you. When a house turns into a home.
Excuse me, Rufus.
When a passion becomes a career. When a relationship turns into a lifetime. And when times are tough, but life presses on. We're with you when you need someone to stand by you. Wachovia, Wells Fargo, and you. Together, we'll go far.
You want to give your family a better life, so Rent-A-Center makes it easy to get the things your family wants and needs. No credit checks, no credit needed, satisfaction guaranteed. Hey, it's their way of making it easy on you.
The hotter the hot, the colder the cold, the greater the demand, the more you need Duralast. Batteries built to exceed the need. Only at AutoZone.
%75 of all the vehicles we've ever sold in this country are still on the road. Now that's a long-term investment. Range Rover, the luxury that's more than a luxury. For special deals, visit a Land Rover Center today.
Tigers. We watch over our own. Colorado's injury lawyers who ride.
What do Georgetown, Idaho Springs, and Empire, Colorado have in common? Clear Creek County. So why do I go there? The fabulous dining, to shop for unique items, and just to get away from it all on the numerous hiking trails. Discover all that the Colorado Rockies has to offer, just 28 minutes from Denver. Join us at clearcreekcounty.org. Clear Creek County, nearby and near perfect.
Yes, Monaco is now the bicycle capital for the day, at least here. The opening stage time trial as the riders prepare now for a long journey to Paris. Over 100 have gone out of that start house, and right on top is still Levi Leipheimer with the best time. But there are many riders who will be shooting at that time, and there's still to go here in Monaco. It's noon on the East Coast. Here in Monaco, it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Back with Mark Cavendish here now. He's doing just a steady, sensible time trial here, dreaming perhaps of tomorrow when he will be expected to be in sprint condition. No change on the overall at all, and no change on the checks at 7.5 kilometers. Still Tony Martin best there, while Leipheimer's champion down at the finish.
Yes, Cavendish, I think, Phil, as all of the sprinters do on a day like this, unless they really believe they've got a chance of getting close to the top and maybe getting themselves the yellow jersey over the opening stages, they don't tend to take too many risks in the individual time trial. They keep as much energy as possible for later in the Tour. And we've talked a number of times about Barry Hoban, and Barry Hoban is the rider who at the moment holds the record for British stage victories in the Tour de France. He always said that when you ride the Tour, you have to make every effort a paying effort. Anything that you waste is as if you've got a certain amount of energy you can use during the Tour de France, and if you waste it, you go into an overdraft, and that's certainly something that Mark Cavendish doesn't want to do with his energy.
Absolutely not throw it to the wind. He didn't finish the race last year. He was advised to withdraw because of the Olympic Games, and he did, and he regrets that now. He wishes he'd ridden to Paris, and this year I'm sure he will go all the way to Paris. We're talking to Mark Cavendish now. He's only been a professional 2 and a bit years, and in those 2 and a bit years he's still only 24, just in fact in May this year, and he's won 45 races, Paul, already. Most guys win 2 or 3 if they're lucky. He's got 45.
Yeah, but a lot of those races, Phil, are also big races, stages in the Giro d'Italia, stages in the Tour de France, and serious quality stuff as we look at the sun starting to drop down in the distance on the Principality of Monaco here, as we start to wonder whether or not any of the big names at the top end of the bill here, Sastre, Evans, Contador and Canelara, can challenge the men who are leading at the finish line at the moment. And those men are Levi Leipheimer, Tony Martin and Lance Armstrong. The time gaps at the top end of the board are not monstrous, but once you start to get outside the top 10, there's some serious time gaps appearing.
Well, Leipheimer went out of the start house 38th today, starting at approaching 20 to 5 in the afternoon. He's been in the lead now for an hour and 25 minutes as we watch Stijn de Volder, time trial champion of Belgium, make his move here. I don't think he'll rock. I think it'd be a bit too short for Stijn, this course, but you never know. Matteo Bruscidin, former time trial champion of Italy on a number of occasions, he's also falling a little bit behind the pace set by Levi Leipheimer. But we're getting closer now to the big riders who might threaten that time of Leipheimer. It's past 6 o'clock in the evening here now, and there's still an awful lot of riders to still come in the time trial here. 20:02 is the time everybody is shooting at. They're coming and they're going and they're failing just now. There's no sign. Nicholas Roach, by the way, has gone through in 20th place, Paul, just 41 seconds off the best time of Tony Martin. Good start for the youngster.
Pretty solid. I'll be interested to see what this rider's time is, because when we see this man coming into the finishing line, he's actually a pretty good time trial, this Rosler. He's won 2 time trials this year, but he actually hasn't put in a top performance, and I wonder if that is, again, him saving his energy to lead out Tom Bonen when we go out onto the first flat stage on the open road.
Kia Alishiro, yes, and I also saw the name of Ivanov, Sergei Ivanov passed through there. He's won his national title again this just before this race started. For the 6th time he's the champion of Russia, and will be wearing those colours on the road. It's been a long haul for this rider, Alishiro. He rides on this French Boyd team. He's not much further to go now. As he drives out back into the sunshine, flicks down onto the key.
Yes, it's a long run into the finish line. It's very similar to these riders to racing in the Grand Prix, and it's not far away from where he is now that the pits are in the Grand Prix of Monaco. He swings around the chicane here, and he'll face up to around about the last 500 meters. I don't think he's going to rock anybody's foundations, because the top 5 riders have been the same in this time trial for around about the last 1 hour, but that won't stay all of the time, because there's some big names, some famous names will be starting to to around about 6:45 to 7:15 here local time in France. That's when we get a chance to see just exactly who the big men are going to be at the Tour de France this year, because in the individual time trial you cannot hide. You have to come out and show your cards.
So Arashiro comes home, setting a little bit of a record here for the Japanese rider, and he's going to be just inside 66th place. And now look at this, Bruchegin had almost caught Arashiro here, so he's coming in with a little bit of a better time, but it won't look too spectacular. Still losing 46 seconds, around about 13th, I think it was. Still plenty of riders to go. This is Rémi Poriol as he makes his run now, but we're getting towards the start time of the big man riding his 14th Tour de France. There he is. Big George Hincapie will go at 12 minutes past the hour, and then 2 minutes after he goes, we're going to hear from this man, Dave Zabriskie. He goes at 40 minutes past the hour. We'll be with them very shortly. We'll take another break.
Do you remember when your first tackle box seemed like your very own treasure chest? When you could actually see shooting stars, and your nightlight was a jar full of fireflies? Then don't miss the final days of the Bass Pro Shops Family Summer Camp. Try the casting challenge and archery range. Make a craft. Try the laser arcade and take in a workshop. Finish the day with s'mores around a campfire. And it's all free. Find out more at basspro.com/camp.
What if the person of your dreams is out there waiting for you? And what if this weekend only, eHarmony introduced you to that person absolutely free? Announcing the Free Communication Weekend from eHarmony, where we match you with other singles based on 29 dimensions of compatibility, like intellect, values, and character. And this weekend only, you can communicate with your compatible matches for free. The eHarmony Free Communication Weekend ends Sunday night. So get started today at eHarmony.com.
It seems like prices just keep getting higher. But at Vonage, we've always charged $24.99 a month for unlimited local and long-distance calling. So even though the cable and phone companies have been busy raising their rates year after year, we've been charging the same $24.99. And now we've made switching home phone service even easier by waiving all setup and equipment fees. Plus, you'll get 25 great features, like unlimited international calling to 5 countries in Europe, anonymous call block, and voicemail that's delivered to your home phone, cell phone, and even your email. And there's never been a better time to sign up, because you'll pay no setup, equipment, or shipping fees. Plus, get our 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to Vonage.com or call 1-877-4VONAGE today and hear just how good $24.99 can sound.
My Impreza has a Subaru Boxer engine. It's perfectly balanced for performance and handling. I love that engine. And I love anyone else who loves a Subaru engine too.
Impreza love knows no bounds. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Lease a Subaru Impreza for $179 per month with only $12.99 due at signing.
It's been suggested that standing up here and making light of clips like this is an easy gig. He had 4 years of tap and 3 years of ballet. To prove the complexity of my job, I decided to boycott a show and let my stand-in take over.
Take a look at this clip. Wow, does that look like it would hurt or what? Ha, ha.
Sports soup. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yes, the Tour de France, it's the most epic race ever, and it continues tomorrow right here on Versus. It'll be stage 2 tomorrow. We'll say goodbye to Monaco. We'll head to Brignoles. It's an undulating stage, but should be a day for the sprinters. It'll come to you at our regular time of 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Also, don't forget the 4th stage of this race, the team time trial, is back. Everybody loves it. That will be based in Montpellier, and again, coming to you on Tuesday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. And don't miss, by the way, our nightly expanded coverage starting at 8 Eastern. The Tour de France, of course, right here on Versus. What a beautiful sight that is. Way down below the Principality of Monaco, all around the hills. It's full of cyclists right now, charging in every direction, trying to beat Leipheimer's time, and it's withstanding the passage of time. 20:02 is the time they're all shooting at. We're up with Robert Gessing here now, and this might be a reasonable time. Gessing making the most of the course, Paul, but not appearing on the leaderboard, so he is conceding time here. Nonetheless, he'll be thinking he is a good climber, and he will have plenty of time perhaps to repair the damage out en route.
But I think this first time trial, Phil, is going to cause a lot of damage as we look here at the face of the old campaigner. And I say that with greatest respect, because George Hincapie now rolling down the starting ramp for his 14th participation in the Tour de France. That's pretty impressive.
It is more than pretty impressive. Big George, he's worn the yellow jersey of the Tour. He's won a stage at Plat d'Aix. But other than that, he rode all 7 tours that Lance Armstrong won as his faithful teammate. And everybody was delighted for George when he finally got a win for himself on the Plat d'Aix in the Pyrenees. George has made his start. We're back with Oscar Pereira.
Quite interesting, because in fact I think when he went to win that stage, it was Oscar Pereira who he beat to the summit of Plat d'Aix, and they're both out on course at the same time.
So looking here now at Mark Cavendish, who's gradually getting down to the finish, almost 2 minutes off the time of Leipheimer. He's going to come in with a time about 22:40, something like that. He's taken no chances on the way down. Very wise man. This is a young man with an old, mature head on his shoulders. He is a very clever bike rider.
And he's got some clever bike riders around him as well, because let's not forget he's a teammate of George Hincapie, and Hincapie, I'm sure, will give him lots of information out on the road. And they seem to have generated a very good relationship together when it comes down to the final few kilometers of the run into the finish on the sprinting stages, because you can be absolutely certain when Mark Cavendish needs George Hincapie, he's never far away.
As George Hincapie is gone, we've now gone back to the start house here to see Dave Zabriskie on the line. Former top man, silver medalist in the World Time Trial Championship. If he gets it right, he could win this.
He's wearing the jersey there as the United States individual time trial champion, and yes, he has got the form to win a time trial like this. It's got the power. The only thing that will go against Zabriskie is a little bit of the technical part of the course on the descent, but over the last couple of years he's proved to be exceptionally good at the time trial. He in fact made his name to us in the opening time trial of the Tour de France in Noirmoutier when he beat a certain Lance Armstrong.
Well, in 2004, when he was wearing yellow, he crashed in the team time trial. The team time trial has been reintroduced to the Tour de France this year. It'll be the 4th day of the race when we're down at Montpellier. And Zabriskie won't want reminding of that. In sight of the finish, he was left lying in the road out of the leader's yellow jersey, which he held for 3 days. Now the big legs are whirling. We'll see what he can come back with.
At one stage he rode for Johan Brunel, who said that he had the most aerodynamic body of any bike rider in the professional peloton. That's what the race looks like at the moment, but there's still big names to come. Leipheimer still leading ahead of Tony Martin, and of course Lance Armstrong still holding on to 3rd place.
Whenever you look down at the Monte Carlo Bay there with Octopus, the yacht lying in the harbour, you expect to see James Bond bounce out and shoot across the set, don't you? Cavendish in there, 112th position for Mark Cavendish, and that to be expected.
Not important for Cavendish. More important for him is what's going to happen tomorrow once we get out onto the open road. There is the Porte Hercule just in the top there. You can see the rock. That's the old part, the central part of the original Principality of Monaco, going way back to the 13th century.
And we're waiting now to see the finish of Robert Gessing here as he comes up towards the finishing line. He's already gone well past the time of Levi Leipheimer, still the leader in the finish, but he'll drive on. Hard to imagine this man's first Tour de France, because he's been up and coming for about 3 years, but now he's got his big chance for Rabobank in the Tour, so they must think he's ready to do a good ride. He's not done a great time trial, but it's a very respectable one as he pierces the top 10 if he can sprint for the line. Christophe Riblin is in there, and he's just 11th, but that's okay. Time is what counts. He concedes what will be 45 seconds at the moment to Leipheimer.
He's a good challenger, a good name to maybe retain for a possible crack at the Best Young Rider competition. That's a competition or a race within the race for any rider who is less than 26 years of age at the start of the season. Now, this will be an interesting rider to watch here, because as we look down onto the shoulders here of Roman Kreuziger, this is a man who is looking at finishing in the top 10 in the Tour de France this year. Now, he won a very good individual time trial in the Tour of Switzerland last year to the top of a very big mountain, and he may well lay the foundations for his top 10 place here this afternoon on this circuit around Monaco.
He had a good year last year when he won the Tour of Switzerland. He went to the Tour de France. He actually finished in 12th place, and so I think he could well be a top finish this year, Paul. If it goes well, who knows?
Well, he rode a very good Tour of Romandy and a very good Tour of Switzerland leading up to the Tour de France this year.
This is Frank Schleck coming home now as he drives in. Another solid time from the former road race champion. That's passed over to his brother now as Frank comes home here. Winner of the Tour of Luxembourg, finally broke the duck for the Luxembourgeois, and again it just shows you that Frank is in here now to be a helper rather than a contender. 35th at 21.08. He's done his job, but he'll have to work for others on his team, including Bro Andy. I'm pretty sure that was the way it was always meant to be. The face of Frank Schleck. Back out with Kreuziger, 12th place finisher in the Tour de France at the first cry last time. Well, don't forget to log on to versus.com/ride of your life every day during the Tour de France, and it's your chance to win a trip for two to the 2010 Tour and the Cervelo S2 bike. You can also win a yellow jersey or even a polka dot jersey like we use in the Cadillac Performance Prediction segment, and it will be signed by us. Today's code word is Podium. You need that when you sign on. Back to the action, back to Roman Kreuziger, now in his second Tour de France. He's ready. He's having a very good build-up season to the Tour, as he did last year. One of a handful of good riders coming out of the Czech Republic. Still a few minutes to go yet to the 7.5 check. And Roman Kreuziger here passing under 10 kilometers from the finish just now.
Ideal preparation for him this year, Phil. Winning the Tour of Romandy, defending his win in the Tour of Switzerland, but only to be dominated by an incredible man called Fabian Canelara, who starts right at the end of the start list here this afternoon. But Kreuziger knows how important it is to do a good ride. This is Dave Zabriskie. Look how solid he is at the front end of that machine. He gets his arms in very close indeed to keep himself aerodynamic. He hasn't got out of the saddle at all yet. He's using a fairly large gear. He's on the large chainring at the front of his bike, a large sprocket at the back, and that actually helps him to roll over a fairly big gear on the slopes of this climb.
Well, Big Dave Zabriskie, there aren't many can ride a time trial better than him. It may just be not his style. It is a very technical time trial with lots of twists and turns. But he's been the time trial of the champion of the United States for the past a few seasons now, to say the least. He first won the title back in 2004, so he's a very quick rider against the watch. Just got to be, it's a very technical course, that's the thing. He's got to try and ride the shortest route, and he's got to go around those corners a little bit quicker than some of the riders we've seen going around them.
Just to remind ourselves, the time to beat at half distance is 11 minutes and 27 seconds, and that's where Zabriskie, if he's going to try and win this time trial, will have to lay down the foundations, put down a solid ride in the first 7.5 kilometers, because on the descent as we go down a little bit later, it's hard to make up any time, but it's quite easy to lose it. This man may well create the first surprise of the afternoon for the last hour or so, because Andreas Kloden, Phil, is a very good time trialist himself.
Yes, and he's been on the podium twice in the Tour de France. Now, can he be the fourth man from Astana to challenge the leadership of the team? Because so far we've seen Armstrong put his 10 penny worth in. Leipheimer, Contador is still to go. There we have out on course Astana's Kloden. But this is Zabriskie here at the moment as he continues to race towards the line. We won't know what he's doing till he gets to that 7.5 kilometer check. And at the moment, nobody challenging the time yet of Tony Martin. It's still 11:27. the best time at 7.5 kilometres.
Yeah, but don't forget, Tony Martin lost out, Phil, on the descent. Just not too far away from the starting house is the man who formerly was the Swiss national time trial champion, but is the Olympic gold medalist in the individual time trial and super favourite for this time trial this afternoon, Fabian Cancellara.
Yes, fabulous Canelara. Fabu, as the crowd call him in Switzerland, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland this year, the first time for many years.
Well, this is Roman Kreuziger catching and passing Jeremy Roy here straight by him, so he's caught the man who started 1 minute ahead of him, and that's an indication that this young man, and you see him getting out of the saddle there, is doing a sterling performance here. He's got big power, because Jeremy Roy is not a bad time trialist, but to get caught after about 5 kilometres goes to show that the man from Liquigas is pretty much on fire.
He's bridged a minute's gap. That's amazing. So there he goes, Kreuziger over the top of the climb, waiting for confirmation of what he's done, but it looks as though he's going to be pretty useful now. He's gone through in what could be the best time. We're just waiting for the clock to confirm. If not, he was right in amongst it as he went over the top of the climb. And Jeremy Roy has gone through. He'll be third best because Roy's gone through with a minute 8. So he's 3 seconds, that's all, behind Tony Martin. And same time as Levi Leipheimer. Oh, my goodness, things are hotting up now. These are some more notables that might be trouble for Levi. Still to start, former 3-time world champion Michael Rogers from Australia. Sastre has got to go. Contador, Cadell Evans and Cancellara. It's a lot to come yet. Levi Leipheimer's best at the moment. Will he survive? We'll take a break.
Own the sky in the all-new Infiniti G hardtop convertible, the latest in the remarkable Infiniti G line.
When the light comes on, just come in. Pep Boys.
This week, Manny, Mo, and Jack bring you the Pep Boys Tire Celebration. Buy 1 tire for as low as $24.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free. Through Sunday, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, just $9.99. When the light comes on, just come in.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS or visit pepboys.com. It's Fanarchy on Versus, an uprising of real sports fans with serious issues. From their webcams to your TV.
Michelle has had leukemia since she was 2. The Coleman twins were born 24 weeks premature. Max had his first surgery when he was 3 days old. These kids are alive today, and it's a real miracle. When your child needs help, there's a Children's Miracle Network hospital nearby. Go to childrensmiraclenetwork.org to support our hospitals helping local kids.
It's the symbol of superiority for which they all fight. But every tournament only has one champion. 2009 will take a select few to legendary heights and bring others to their knees. But they continue the fight with some fresh faces entering the fray. Because it's what they know. It's what they do best. Watch the Champions Tour all season long on Golf Channel.
Well, it's been a long day of coverage so far, more to come if you're just tuning in. Lance Armstrong is back in the Tour de France, and when he finished, he was setting the marker for the others to beat. Currently, he's down into third place overall at the finishing house because Levi Leipheimer is now setting the best time down there. 20 minutes and 2 seconds. Armstrong went 9 seconds slower. Tony Martin, the German on Columbia High Road, 2 seconds back. He's got second place. There might be trouble on the way, though, because Roman Kreuziger is heading towards the finish, and he equaled the time of Leipheimer at the top of the climb. And there he is. He's literally dancing down here. He's clipping off every side of the road, but he's got to watch some of these corners. We've seen David Miller almost come to grief. Little bit of a speed wobble there, Paul, but for me, every time we catch a glimpse of Kreuziger, he is absolutely flying down the mountain.
Just out of interest, the rider who's come back there is Jeremy Watt, and he was caught and passed by Kreuziger. Kreuziger's taking a lot of risks on these corners, Phil, and he now knows, he probably knows from his team manager on the radio that he's got set into his helmet, that he is so close to setting the brand new best time, and that's why he will take big risks going around these corners. But it is so difficult on these unmaneuverable bicycles to take risks going around the corners, because the bikes are made for speed, not for maneuverability.
Well, last year he won the Tour of Switzerland coming into his first Tour de France. This year he only finished third to Fabian Cancellara, who's yet to start. Now these two are going side by side. About an hour and a quarter ago, this was the situation with Tony Martin. He also caught the man in front who wouldn't get out of the way. But you know, the fact that Jeremy Roy has gone up front, it could actually be helping Kreuziger here to go even quicker. Poriol comes up to the finish, but I don't think he would quite so much, although at the moment he might pierce the top 15.
Well, it's not a bad ride for this young man from Cofidis. He's probably going to pierce into the top 15 with a ride that once again has been quite solid out on the course. He's rivaling the time here of Maxime Montfort, and in fact he's gone inside of that time, just losing himself 34 seconds.
7th place at the moment. Rémi Poriol, that's a very good ride for the Cofidis rider. Let's go back out and see the tandem out here now as they ride in quite correctly, just on 3 meters apart, which is what they're supposed to do. Kreuziger not far away from the finish now. Leipheimer's time obviously is going to be a big challenge here. Jose Gutierrez makes his start, former time trial champion of Spain.
Yes, and a very good time trialist as well, and he knows this kind of course could suit him. I think this ding-dong battle we're looking at here, Phil, between Kreuziger and Roy on the other side of the road there, may well give the advantage to Kreuziger. It'll get him a little bit angry and get his speed up over the last kilometre, and that may well give him the couple of seconds that he might need to get ahead of Levi Leipheimer at the finish. Going around that precarious hairpin bend now is Dave Zabriskie. He was 10th at half distance at 28 seconds, but I think for Zabriskie he's more at home now on this last 2 or 3 kilometre section where he can use his big gear and his aerodynamic position.
But it's so technical the way down. I'm not sure Big Dave can bring back such a time loss going up there on the way down. Into the distance goes the former world junior road race champion Roman Kreuziger. He won that title as a youngster back in 2004. He's still only 24 years of age, this man. He is a sensational star of the future. I expect him to make a top 6 finish in the Tour this year. I didn't expect him to make the best time in the time trial, and it could be the case.
Well, it's going to be touch and go. In fact, he's been in the saddle for about 19 1/4 minutes. The time to beat is 20:02 of Levi Leipheimer. We'll have a chance to see when we look ahead there. There's the corner. That's around about 450 meters to go. So, you know, this is going to be extremely close indeed as to whether or not Kreuziger goes ahead of Levi Leipheimer.
Well, as he comes in now, there is the walker. To time to beat 20:02 at the moment. And as he comes up towards the line now, is Kreuziger. 1945 is going to be desperately close. I think he's got the best time here. It's going to be close, but Kreuziger now gets a sight of the timing board. He'll drive to the finish. This may be just not quite good enough as he heads up towards the clock, goes into 20 minutes, 21, 22. He passes and stops the clock in 24. So it looked good, but Leipheimer has lived to win again. He's in second place. So Levi Leipheimer still leads in this opening day of the Tour de France with the time trial. But wow, we don't want too many shocks like that, and there's still some big names to come. We'll see you again in just a moment.
Nichols looks toward home. The pitch. He walks him.
Come on, Cole. Keep pounding the corner. Give him a chase one outside. Who are you?
Oh, Dad.
Oh, no.
Wearing the same cap the pros wear doesn't mean you're one. New era. Make the majors or buy one at the store.
Hey, guys. We make the most refreshing flavor combinations on earth, right?
Yeah, it's cranberry lemonade.
Pomegranate lemonade. So I started thinking, what else goes great with Mike's Hard Lemonade? Bacon cheeseburgers. Gentlemen, I present to you Mike's with a touch of bacon cheeseburger. You're not serious? No. Joke. JK.
For the most refreshing flavor combinations, make it Mike's.
Kelly Saunders' Nature Valley. The place that inspires her to go faster and slower. Elk Mountains, Colorado. Where's yours? 100% natural Nature Valley granola bars. The taste nature intended.
Choosing a car is like trying on a dress. As soon as you slip into it, you know it's the one. But you still turn around to see the back. Because let's face it, you want them to hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave.
Introducing the all-new Cadillac CTS Sport Wagon.
Doing a 3-week stage race is really tough, physically and also mentally. Knowing that you've got to back up every day for 21 days of racing is really demanding. I've never had a victory without suffering. The good bike riders handle it better than the not so good bike riders. Yeah, the feet sit down, it's a little hard. You think all bikes are the same until you get on a really good one. Once you get on a good bike, you realise what sort of advantage you're at over everybody else. And then you really notice how good a good bike is.
Growing up in a family with my dad winning the Indy 500, you take some heat. There's really no sport like it. We're inches apart, wheel to wheel, and one touch, you're gone. I did 19 last year, but it's kind of a crazy feeling. You got all these friends at college taking history exams, yet I'm sitting there going 230 miles an hour. It's a crazy lifestyle. That's how it goes. It's gotta be a new race.
Welcome back to the time trial. This is Nicky Sorensen, but in the distance you can see Andreas Kloden, who's just caught and passed him as if he was standing still. And Kloden, dare I remind you all, is a member of the Astana team as well. They are really laying down the odds today. This is a look back moments ago. This was the catch. Now watch this. Kloden goes for the inside, the left-hand side of the road, and I don't think Sorensen realised he was coming. He just went to the inside. Whoops, time to change, and he got round the outside ever so quickly before that bend up there and just kept going. He was gone. Dave Zabriskie coming into the finish. Remember, we're live here on Versus, as this is now David Zabriskie coming home. 50.5 kilometres at an end, the time 20:02. It's still a very respectable time for Zabriskie. He has come down pretty well. Hits the line in 6th best time so far. A good ride for David Zabriskie for Garmin Slipstream. Well, Stef Clement here now, a former time trial champion of the Netherlands, who is now making his start, Paul. 156 riders a start of the 180. Zabriskie, I think, came down a little bit quicker there because he really regained quite a few places. But overall, it is still Levi Leipheimer. The thing is, he set the time so early on, and you're not allowed to leave the finish area until your time is bettered because you're wanted for the podium. So he sat down there waiting, watching every rider cross the line just now.
Former time trial champion of the Netherlands. Out on course, Stef Clement. Yes, Levi Leipheimer will be sitting, Phil, probably around about 500 meters away from us here at the finish line in the Team Astana bus, watching this with great interest on television at exactly the same time as us, wondering whether or not his time is going to hold, or whether in fact it's going to get beaten here by his own teammate, because Andreas Kloden is a very good individual time trialist, and it may well be that he is going to create a bit of a surprise here for Team Astana by putting himself on the top end of the party.
Well, we're watching Stef Clement, or we were partying. I have to tell you that Christian van der Velde left just before him, but our cameras didn't show him leave the start house, but he is out on course, a minute in front of Stef Clement, as we continue to follow, or we were continuing to follow Andreas Kloden. Now this is Andy Schleck. Final adjustment of the eyeglasses there. Andy Schleck, the younger brother of Frank, is underway. An awful lot of people, especially in the UK, reckon this man might be in the top 3 in Paris. Well, he's had a good Tour de France. He's finished second in the Tour of Italy. Maybe this is the year.
Well, Andreas Kloden now coming up to around about 500 meters to go. He's been in the saddle for 19.25 minutes straight through there. There's the indication at 500 meters to go. He's probably 35 seconds away from the finish line. He's going to go around these corners, the chicanes into the harbour here, to try and see whether or not he can challenge the time of his own teammate Levi Leipheimer, who's currently #1 in 20.02.
He's going to be up amongst it, that's for sure, as he heads up. This is going to be another great ride by another Astana rider who want to be the manager, Johan Brunel, to pick a leader of this team. They're all riding bang on top of the form. Kloden drives on, and he stopped the clock at 19:54. He has got the best time. He has come off the mountain like a missile.
He has rocked everybody's boat here in the harbour by setting the best time, but you may well notice he was only 4th at the top of the climb. As we look now at the time trial champion of Spain here, Phil, he will start right down towards the end, 3 from the end, in fact. Alberto Contador now knows the times of his teammates. Kloden was fastest, Leipheimer second fastest, and Lance Armstrong has dropped down into 5th. I think there's only one team to beat in the Tour de France here this afternoon. It's going to be Team Astana.
Let's remind ourselves, Astana were the team champions of the May-June Giro d'Italia, the Tour of Italy, over a similar number of weeks and a similar distance. Leipheimer and Armstrong were part of that team, finishing 6th and 12th respectively. But at the moment they've got 3 men up there, and they've still got the man we think might be the best. Here he is, warming up. He took part in the National Time Trial Championship of Spain. He said to support the organisation, not to win it. He won it. We'll see what he can do when he comes back out shortly.
Egoy Martinez looking at him here, a man who formerly was a teammate, as you said, of Lance Armstrong, now moved across to the Basque squad of Euskaltel Euskadi. He's not a bad time trialist when he needs to be, but it's a very strange time trial here this afternoon, because for the first half of the course you're going uphill all of the time, and then you plunge back down into the Principality of Monaco on a very technical descent.
So we're looking here, as Paul said, at Martinez, and he was on the same squad as Lance Armstrong before Armstrong retired. Now he's riding here for the orange strip of Euskaltel Euskadi. As we continue to dive around, note the new team colours now of Cervelo, as we see Hushoft in the start house. Thor Hushoft, winner of the prologue of the Tour de France in Strasbourg a few years ago. He's a very good sprinter. He's a very good time trialist. He could surprise us again today. Let's have a look then at the overall situation. We've just had Kloden finish with the only time inside 20 minutes. Leipheimer, his teammate, is back into 2nd place. Kreuziger, Martin in Trude. Armstrong is in 5th place. But the king of time trials, we are constantly reminded, is Fabian Canelara. There he is. He's still to come.
I do what I want to do. It's riding my bike and do the best what I can. That's winning races.
Trish was relaxing on her Friday commute when she realized she forgot to pick up a movie. She needed to get to a video store fast, or all the good DVDs would be gone.
If Trish had Netflix, she could even watch some movies instantly on her TV.
Take the drama out of renting.
Netflix, DVDs by mail, plus some movies instantly on your TV. Only $8.99 a month.
Now it's easy to spot the good guys. When you use a business with the new Super Guarantee, you'll get the job done right, or we'll step in and help to make it right. Look for it on superpages.com. The Super Guarantee, making the good guys easy to find.
We now offer phone service for $1.70 a month with Magic Jack. That's just $19.95 a year. $19.95 a year. We give you free local and long distance and your own phone number. Replace your phone company or add a second line with Magic Jack.
My Impreza has a Subaru Boxer engine. It's perfectly balanced for performance and handling. I love that engine. And I love anyone else who loves a Subaru engine too.
Impreza love knows no bounds. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Lease a Subaru Impreza for $179 per month with only $12.99 due at signing.
The Sunday styles that brought us together.
I think it was a weekend review. Getting the times delivered for me, well, that's really the best part of the weekend. That's why I love The Weekender.
It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday subscription that puts you in the center of the conversation.
So you call the 800 number and you save 50%.
50% off home delivery? Fantastic.
The best journalists in the world work for the Times, and there's no debating that.
So call now. Get the conversation going.
Get The Weekender for as low as $5.20 a week. Call 1-800-832-3658 and be part of a great conversation.
Hey, I'm Jake of Body by Jake and founder of Exercise TV.
It's time to make the commitment to lose weight and get fit. That's why I created Exercise TV, to give you access to the best workouts from the best fitness trainers. Exercise TV delivers hundreds of workouts every month, so you'll never get bored. If you have digital cable, it's free on demand. And now, Exercise TV takes fitness online with exercisetv.tv, where you can get free workouts, downloads, and exclusive exercise tips. Make the commitment. Your workout is waiting.
Soup, they're worst.
Inches away from the track.
Thanks for our best.
Let's just take a moment to look at today's Trek aerial view. It's of the beautiful Principality of Monaco, the second smallest country in the world behind the Vatican City. Here's the action now out on the roadway, number 51, Christian van der Velde. We missed him in the start house, but the cameras have found him out on course. He's heading towards the 7.5 kilometer check. Hopefully he's only about 3 minutes away from that check if he wants to get amongst the leaderboard. The best time there is still Tony Martin, but Martin is only the fourth best time now at a finishing house. He got there in 11:27, Tony Martin. This is Andy Schleck, who's been given the leader's number on his back of the Saxo Bank team, all of those with the ones. His teammate, by the way, is Fabian Cancellara. Well, his former teammate, Fabian Cancellara. Now, I'm getting him and facts mixed up here. Of course, he's a teammate. I was with them both the other night with the reception with the Premier. Let's find out more about the Olympic time trial champion Cancellara.
When I look back to the Tour de France from last year, the first time trial, I was not fit enough. But everybody was expecting, oh, Cancellara, he will get it. He will maybe also probably in yellow jersey after these 4 or 5 days. And they say, yeah. Then, bad day. It was not the best performance. My dream when I was young was always win the Tour de France, but I'm not like a climber. For me, it's too hard, I'm too heavy, and that's maybe never gonna happen. Reality is that I've been in yellow.
Doesn't happen very often on your first race and the first attempt at the Tour de France that you get yourself the yellow jersey.
I won 2 stages, I won already 2 time trials. I won nearly a sprint in a big bunch.
Fabian Cancellara. Fabian, I really think we should say fabulous Cancellara.
And on the tour I will be for the team and to sacrifice for each one, and that's a big strength from our team, that we are teammates but also we are friends.
Fabian is one of the important guys in the team.
It's a really special thing if you can have guys like that in the team. They're always there for you, not just in the race, but if you need someone to talk, they're there.
He's a little bit different. Fabian's a little bit, flamboyant, but he's Swiss. He's the bear. He's fun to be around.
I have for sure still a lot of goals. I never wanted a big time trial. Maybe that's the next thing. I need a big time trial on this Tour de France, and I do what I want to do. It's riding my bike and do the best what I can. That's winning races.
Well, it's about to start his 5th Tour de France here. He has, in fact, now won 3 stages of the Tour de France. He's got 32 career time trial wins, and he is a man who knows exactly where he's going. He said to me on Wednesday evening at a reception, he is on the best form of his life, and he hopes it all works out when he rides the time trial today. Well, we're still a little while to wait, but not much longer, as we're running out of riders on this first stage of the Tour de France now. We're going at 90-second intervals. Well, as we continue to make our way on course here, Paul, Canelara is hoping very shortly to come out and beat the time. Christophe Moreau once won the prologue of this race in Dunkirk. Just wondering, Paul, it is very hot and humid. To me, the wind seems to have dropped a little bit. Leipheimer was an early starter. Kreuziger was a later starter, and Kloden. And I'm wondering if, in fact, the helmets should have been changed as well, because they might be a little bit muggy under those lids now.
They certainly could be. Looking here at Sylvain Chavanel, formerly the French time trial champion. He could do a good job for France here this afternoon. And if you're wondering what that is, that's actually to hold his bottle at the back end of his bike to keep the bike nice and aerodynamic.
Yes, well, I must say he's forgotten the bottle if that's the case, but a lot of work being done here and no change at all. As we just checked the leaderboard briefly, Christian van der Velde has gone through there in 15th best time, and I think that's pretty good considering he's coming back from a difficult crash in the Giro d'Italia. So, new Astana man is on top, Andreas Kloden. Who'll be the next one?
See, the high life is about celebrating, not separating. We coming for your VIPs, and we ain't the paparazzi. We looking for the little fuzzy rope. How you doing? Yeah, we're not on that. I can guarantee that. Excuse us. Thank you so much. Paying extra money so other people can't sit next to you. You know where I come from. We party together with a good, honest beer at a tasty price. Fuzzy rope to make y'all feel more important. Common sense ain't on the guest list. These people know how to do it. That's it. Hey!
At TireRack.com, we stock the largest selection of tires anywhere. But we don't just ship them off to your house after you buy them. We can deliver them to one of over 5,000 of our independent recommended local installers. Because the best tires in the world can't help you if they're not properly installed on your vehicle.
Right now, when you buy a set of 4 select BF Goodrich tires, get a $50 Visa prepaid card. For details, go to TireRack.com/TV. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Times have changed, especially when it comes to owning a home. At Wells Fargo, we're with you when you're wondering if it's the right time for you to buy, when you're not sure what you should spend, and when you want to find the right opportunity for you and your family. We're with you when it's time to make a house your home. Wells Fargo. Together, we'll go far.
Want the good stuff for your home? Rent-A-Center puts that goal in easy reach. Get the top name brands you trust without credit checks. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Now that's something we can all use. A little assist with our goals.
I race to win. I know when it's the perfect time to change my tires. When it comes to shaving, I know when to change my blade.
Gillette Fusion's indicator strip fades to white when it may be time to change.
Fresh blade, better shave.
Time trial is special. You go on the start line, you are alone, and you have to perform. Specialized bike fitting was here to get something better out of me. Sometimes you ride, but maybe with the wrong position, and this little bit was changed, even when it's only 1 second out of 1 hour race. I want to get the best out of myself, and I want to get the best out of my bike.
himself.
Welcome back. Alberto Contador will be the third from the end to go of the 180 riders on the opening time trial stage of this year's Tour de France. His Astana team are on fire so far today. And there is Carlos Sastre. He's the last to go. He might even wear the yellow jersey as the defending champion. And here's some more notables for you. Watch out for Kim Kirken and Bradley Wiggins of Garmin. Denny Menchoff, winner of the Tour of Italy. Canelara, everybody's favourite to win. Can he do it? And Cadel Evans, the last 2 years, second overall in the Tour. He'll need a good time to live in this company today. This is going to be a nail-biting final 10 riders as they leave the start house. Still overall, no change for the moment. Astana's Andreas Kloden is on top ahead of his teammate Levi Leipheimer, and Roman Kreuziger sits in third place. Sylvain Chavanel continues to set a good pace, and we switch now to Christophe Moreau. And as I say, Christophe has said he's on good form. He wants to ride well here. He's more or less an old-timer these days in the Tour de France, Paul.
38 years of age. He's not actually the oldest bike rider in the Tour de France. That honour lies on the shoulders of Stéphane Goubert, who's starting the Tour de France this year at 39 years of age.
I find it quite remarkable he does that. I mean, OK, Joop Zoetemelk tickled 40 when he rode the Tour de France, and he holds the record of 16 starts and 16 finishes with 1 win under his belt. The great Dutchman, countless seconds and thirds to back all that up as well. Luis Leon Sanchez in the start house now. He's won a stage of the Tour in the past, and not a great time trialist, but that's not the point.
Well, actually, he was the time trial champion of Spain last year, and only beaten this year by a certain Alberto Contador. A lot of riders, a lot of people thought that man could very well become the new Miguel Indurain. He has got a good time trialing ability, and I think he's going to set himself up as the leader of Team Case d'Epargne this year. This is Linus Gerdemann, the German rider who wore the yellow jersey in the Tour, and as you said, a complete and utter professional.
Well, not everybody, it seems, is interested in the Tour de France here, as this lovely speedboat or motorboat goes through the Mediterranean Sea. As we swing back to the arrival of Michael Rogers, he's outside the top 12 here as he comes up towards the finish. He's concentrated a lot on his climbing, and it may have cost him a little bit of his time trialing. Only 14th for Michael as he makes his finish there, wearing the National Time Trial Champions jersey of Australia.
Well, for Mick Rogers, things can change a lot more out on the open road, and I think that's probably what he's gambling on. It's going to be a very difficult Tour de France, a difficult first week of racing as we go all the way across the southern part of France and down into Spain, and then up into the Pyrenees, then across the Pyrenees up to the Alps, and then of course the big finish, the big finale on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux. Andy Schleck, 9th at half distance, now trying to keep himself in the top 10. This is a man we're going to have to watch seriously this year, and I think if anybody rattles the cages of Team Astana, he's going to be the first one to do it on the slopes of Arcalís as we climb up into Andorra.
Well, he's on the most technical descent here. By the way, Thor Hushovd, who has won these opening stages in the time trial before, isn't interested today. He's gone over the check in 129th place, and he's conceded 1 minute and 20 seconds. So there'll be no yellow for Thor today.
I think this opening time trial, Phil, a little bit too long and a little bit too difficult for some of the sprinters to even hope of rivaling the men who are specialists at going uphill, and of course the longer distance of individual time trialing. Frank Schleck looks pretty impressive to me here this afternoon. His cadence is nice and good. It's very regular. He's nodding the top half of his body, but that's not Andy Schleck is nodding the top half of his body. Now that's not an indication of weakness. That is just that's just part of his pedaling style, and that's the way he goes up mountains pretty fast too.
Well, he's slipping away a little bit here. I think he's just gone under the 2-kilometre banner as we swing to see the finish of Christian van der Velde, who had a magnificent 4th place finish last year in the Tour de France overall, and he's done a very respectable ride, I think. 20-29 and just into the top 12 riders on the finishing line at the moment. He should be pleased with that.
I think he'll be very pleased with that, and that's an indication that he's got the form, because to do a top 20 performance on a circuit like this is an indication that you've got good legs, and I think obviously Christian van der Velde has them, and he'll get better as the race progresses.
He'd also caught there rather Igor Martinez for 1 minute. And we're going to Franco Pellizotti now. He's never done a great ride in the Tour de France, but he's touting himself as a podium finisher this year, and he's had a very good ride in the Giro d'Italia, and he really wants to finish on the top 3 places on the Champs-Élysées in 3 weeks' time. So we'll expect something out of Franco today as well, I guess, as we stay in the tunnel here with Andy Schleck.
Well, Andy Schleck now going through the tunnel. That's an indication he's inside the final kilometre of this individual time trial. He went through the first time check in 9th position. Now, that's impressive for a man who's better known for his climbing ability. Once he comes out of the tunnel, he'll drop down slightly, then go through the chicane with 800 metres to go.
Out into the sunshine, although I have to say it's getting rather sultry and overcast here. It would not surprise me if we did get hit by a little bit of rain in a half hour or so. That would be very badly timed, I must say. As Stef Clement comes in here now, former time trial champion of the Netherlands. He's going to go over 21 minutes though, so it's not been a great ride. Look how much time he's conceding now to Andreas Kloden. Just on 21 minutes for the ride.
Now inside the chicane, he's gone through the chicane inside of 400 metres. This is a solid ride by Andy Schleck. As we said, he's a fantastic climber. He's going to finish inside of the top 12, 13 places, and I think he'll walk away tonight very satisfied with his performance.
White jersey winners, best rookie in last year's Tour de France, his first. He's now looking for the yellow to take home to Luxembourg this year. Is he off to a good start? I would say yes with a time like this. He just kicks for the line, crosses it 20:32, and he's got himself about 12th place, so that's a very good time. He'd probably slip away maybe to 15th, 16th because the big boys are still to come.
Yeah, but the most important thing for him, Phil, it's all about time in this time trial, and he's done well.
So as we continue to pick up the riders en route here, this is Sylvain Chavanel who's pumping away. We're getting down to the real creme de la creme of the stage of the Tour de France. This is Sylvain Chavanel, but the big boys are still to come. Sastre, Evans, Contador, Canelara, Menchov. They're all now getting themselves into the start house, so they're going to be on screen with us very soon.
Geico Power Sports. We feel your passion.
Choosing a car is like trying on a dress. As soon as you slip into it, you know it's the one. But you still turn around to see the back, because let's face it, you want them to hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave.
Introducing the all-new Cadillac CTS Sportwagon.
Manny, Mo, and Jack bring you the Pep Boys Tire Celebration. Buy 1 tire for as low as $24.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free. Through Sunday, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, just $9.99. When the light comes on, just come in.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS or visit pepboys.com.
Guys. Yes. You know how Mike's Hard Lemonade is really refreshing when it's cold? We do. So, I created a label that lets you know when it's cold. See, now it's cold. Hey, do you know how I know when it's cold? How? You just...
Don't usually scream like that.
For a refreshing change of pace, make it Mike's. Mike's Hard.
My boy loves motorcycles, just like his dad. First things first, motorcycle safety. When I got hit, at least I knew who to call. The Law Tigers. Here it is. This card is as important as his safety gear. I've been carrying a Law Tigers card for years, and I want him to have one too. With the Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Get your free biker benefit card at your favorite motorcycle shop or online at lawtigers.com. Colorado's injury lawyers who ride.
What gets you out running, walking, or doing what you really love to do? You have your own motivations for being out there. Enjoy every second. The Boulder Running Company has what you need to make your experience even better. From free video gait analysis, to a huge casual shoe selection, to apparel and accessories. The Boulder Running Company. Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs, and online at boulderrunningcompany.com.
Now everyone, it's fun time again. Don't forget to log on to Versus.com, create your own fantasy cycling team. Best of all, it's free, and you can win exclusive prizes like signed team gear from Garmin, Columbia and Astana, plus much more. The Versus Fantasy Cycling Challenge, only at Versus.com. Beat me. Now let's see if we can get back to the action. We should be picking up Bradley Wiggins. Yes, we are, of Garmin Slipstream. There he is, Olympic gold medalist on 3 occasions and promising us a good ride. A few deep breaths. He's on his way. Bradley Wiggins goes out the start house with only 5 riders to follow. This is the man on Garmin Slipstream that the team hopes delivers the goods today, Paul. If he gets the right ride on his day, he can win.
I think he can, and I think it's going to be very important for him. He's had a different approach to the Tour de France this year. He's ridden the Giro d'Italia, which I thought he rode very well in. He rode solidly. He will have strong legs, and that's what I think you need for this first 7.5 kilometers, because the difficult thing about this course is 7.5 kilometers out, it's all uphill to the top of the Côte de Beau Soleil at around about 600 feet or 200 meters of climbing, and Wiggins, I think, is super motivated.
Well, as the riders come up here, this is Linus Gerdemann, who's racing up towards the finish. He's doing a pretty good time, this man. He really puts his heart and soul into his preparation and his training. He's a terrific enthusiast as well as a top pro, and he's still got a long career ahead of him. Heads up towards the finish, and it's a good time here for Linus Gerdemann. Realises it, so he kicks for home. He concedes 54 seconds, but 13th place just for the minute. Meanwhile, back in the start area now, we should expect to see very shortly Fabian Cancellara. He's about 3 minutes away from taking his start, and he must be feeling very heated inside, Paul, because he knows he can win this.
He is dreaming, Phil, about winning this. As we look now down on number 58, Brad Wiggins. We just missed the start there very briefly of Denny Menchoff, but here he is, concentrated, closed and ready to do a good ride here. This man is the quiet killer. He will go out and slaughter this course if he can. As we go back out onto the course to look at Sylvain Chavanel, he's taking lots of risks here. He knows he's got to try and pull back 32 seconds, which he'd lost at the top of the climb.
Menchoff's underway. Let's remind ourselves that he won the time trial stage of the Giro d'Italia, the Tour of Italy, through the month of May into June, and he went on to win that race overall. Alberto Contador looking cool, the new time trial champion of Spain. Is he the leader of Astana? Is it Armstrong? Is it Leipheimer? Is it Cloden? Has he got the answer? All these things must be going through his head as he waits for the start.
He's a very talented bike rider. As Johan Brunel said, he'd never seen anybody attack the way that man can climb. And what he's done over the last couple of years is improved his time trialing ability. This man has never needed to improve his time trialing ability because Bradley Wiggins is a specialist at the effort on his own, whether it's on the track or whether it's on the road. And he dreamed about winning the time trial in London. He didn't do that. It was left up to a man like Fabian Cancellara. This man, you can see the World Championship bands on his shoulders there. Champion of the world in the individual time trial, champion at the Olympic Games, now hoping to be the champion of the time trial here at the Tour de France.
He didn't ride the National Time Trial Championship a week ago in Switzerland, which he would have been the defending champion of, because he wanted to concentrate on the road race. He won the road race, which he'd never won before, and he was delighted with that victory. So from tomorrow, we'll see him ride in his national road colours, which is a red jersey with a white cross of Switzerland on it. Christophe Moreau coming in. He's not the rider he was now. As he races up, he'll slip out to the hundreds, I think, as he races. Oh, I'll do them an injustice. 98th.
Well, I think when the next big names come in, Phil, he will drop out of the top 100.
Well, you say
he'll slip down a
Let's
fraction.
get back to Fabian. Here we go. What a remarkable guy. This is the man who set the public alive in London outside Buckingham Palace 2 years ago when he won the prologue. He did it before in Liège when he did the same thing in Belgium. He won the Olympic Games gold medal. The year before, he won the World Championship gold medal. He didn't defend it last year. He felt the gold in the Olympics was enough. He's done it all in time trialing. He hopes to repeat today. Another man who can ride a time trial, Vladimir Karpits.
Well, he's a great time trialist. He's a man that maybe Team Katusha will be looking to be their overall classification rider as he crosses the line there. Inside of the top 20 probably at the end of the day. Nice high cadence here for Fabian Cancellara, the gladiator. He's going out here to try and slaughter this race if he can. But he will be rivaled quite possibly by Alberto Contador, the time trial champion of Spain, Phil, who has got a very strong point to prove with this time trial today.
Contador is already a time trial winner. He won the stage 4 in the Tour de Algarve time trial. He did it also in stage 1 in Paris-Nice. He also won the 5th stage, the time trial in the Pays Basque in Spain, and he then went on to win the national title. So he can time trial, and everybody keeps telling me he can't. So we'll see what he will do today. He's chasing the finest exponent of the time trial in the world. He won't see him. He's 90 seconds in front, and that's probably a good thing.
Well, he'll be looking at his time, though, because when Fabian Cancellara gets to 7.5 kilometers, it will be the first indication as to whether or not the times at the finish line are going to change. Sylvain Chavanel has actually pretty much improved over the run-in towards the finish line. He must have taken some serious risks on the descent. He's challenging the time there of David Miller. That's gone by. He's probably going to stop the clock, Phil, inside of the top 15.
That's a good ride. To be expected, I think, from Sylvain Chavanel. He's left the French teams and gone across to a Belgium one. They seem to be getting results out of him. 11th best at the moment. As we now look at the face of Cadel Evans, 2 times the bridegroom in the Tour de France, or bridesmaid rather. He's finished second, less than half a minute behind Contador in 07. He finished second, less than a minute behind Sastre last year. He says he's ready, and he is changing his ideas. He's an attacking rider now. What's more, Paul, he is a very, very good time trial rider.
He's an excellent time trial rider. He won himself a time trial at the Dauphiné Libéré this year, and I think this afternoon he's out to prove a point to everybody that he's back in this race with a great chance of winning it. And I think this time trial course here at 15.5 kilometers, Phil, with the climb to start and the descent later on, is something that will suit his abilities.
2 wins this year, as Paul has said. 1 win came in the Dauphiné Libéré, a race he led for 2 days, 1 day, and then got worked over by Contador, who teamed up with a rival from Spain, Alejandro Valverde, and poor old Cadel got worked out of the first place. He finished second in that race.
A little bit of a technical problem with his gears there. He seemed not too happy with the way things were happening, but it sorted itself out as he climbs his way up to the casino. Now, the fact that Cadel Evans, Phil, is out on course means there's only 1 rider left to start the time trial here at the Tour, and that, of course, is last year's winner, Carlos Sastre.
Up to Denis Menchov, winning the time trial stage in the Giro d'Italia race. He went on to win. He's won the Tour of Spain as well. In fact, he's won it twice. And now all he needs is a victory overall in the Tour de France to go away as the 6th rider in history to have won all 3 races. I think that's a tall call. But nonetheless, Menchov, the quiet man of world cycling, he lets his legs do the talking.
He certainly does. He's a solid man, a difficult man to get rid of in the mountains, and over the last couple of seasons he has also improved his time trialing ability. As you can see, nearly every one of the riders here this afternoon has used a solid disc wheel in the back, as you can see.
But according to my watch, Paul, Sastre should have started. I can't believe it, but our cameras have not gone down to the start house to see the defending champion go. But he must have gone by now. Well, maybe our cameras. Here he is. We caught him up, or rather, well, we caught him up.
We've caught him up.
Sastre is away, the defending champion. He's not wearing a yellow jersey, which is interesting. Sometimes the defending champion, they do. Sastre's worst ever finish, this is 9th Tour de France in a Tour de France, is 21st back in 2005. His other finishes have been top draw and top 4.
Well, this man's Achilles heel as well has always been the time trial, but he's put some solid time trial performances over the last couple of years, and he defended his lead last year in the Tour de France in the final time trial. Alberto Contador making his way through the Principality very shortly to go across onto French soil and start the climb.
This is the arrival of Alejandro Balen, the world road race champion. He's not a great time trialist, and he's probably going to prove me wrong when the clock comes on stream. But there it is now. He's gone down to 90th place and hits the line. He'll be a different rider perhaps tomorrow when he pulls on his rainbow jersey as world road race champion. Well, we didn't see him start, but we found him out on course. This is Carlos Sastre, who is now heralding the close of the starters in the time trial. We're all either finished or on course. What isn't finished is who's going to win the race today. We'll be back.
Kelly Saunders, Nature Valley. The place that inspires her to go faster and slower. Elk Mountains, Colorado. Where's yours? 100% natural Nature Valley granola bars. The taste nature intended.
The pitch from Hamels. He walks him.
Pounding the corner. Get him to chase one outside. Who are you?
Oh, Dad.
Oh, no.
Wearing the same cap the pros wear doesn't mean you're one. New Era. Make the majors or buy one at the store. Get your New Era cap at Lids.
My name is Derek Berge. I'm in Los Angeles, getting honked at.
Quaker State wants to know, who has the world's worst commute?
74 miles. 4 hours. I have a sweaty, wet back, and it's 110 degrees. Speed limit, 65. Me, 5. My engine, not happy.
A tough commute is tough on your engine, so get an oil that goes way beyond industry standards. Quaker State bonds to metal surfaces for 2 times better wear protection. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
Visa debit is easier than cash and checks. More people go explore with Visa.
Karen was finally headed home. Make that the video store. If she had Netflix, she could keep her DVDs for as long as she wants. And she could even watch some movies instantly on her TV.
Wrong store.
No way.
Sorry.
Take the drama out of renting.
Netflix, DVDs by mail, plus some movies instantly on your TV. Only $8.99 a month.
My Impreza has a Subaru Boxer engine. It's perfectly balanced for performance and handling. I love that engine. And I love anyone else who loves a Subaru engine too.
Impreza love knows no bounds. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Lease a Subaru Impreza for $179 per month with only $12.99 due at signing.
Yes, as we look at Alberto Contador making his run in the time trial, it is Cloden and Leipheimer, Astana, first and second at the finishing line. Contador under the 10 kilometers to go banner. We're waiting for him to reach that 7.5 kilometer check. He better make it quick as we get through. The best time there, still Tony Martin's 11:27, but Tony Martin himself slowed. He sits in 4th place at the finishing line. So let me remind you too, don't forget to log on to versus.com/ride of your life every day during the Tour de France. It's your chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2010 Tour and Cervelo S2 bicycle. You can also win a yellow jersey or the polka dot jersey like we use in the Cadillac performance predictions, and we'll sign it for you. And today's code word is Podium. There's the crowds down there in Monaco. It's all drawing to a close. What a wonderful day of racing it has been in this Principality. The Tour is definitely on now. We're looking now at the dancing pedals where we were of Cadel Evans, who's switched to the last man on course now, the last man of the 180. That won't be the case when he gets to the finish. That was Carlos Sastre. Denny Menchoff hits the mark now. We'll wait for confirmation to see what he's done at the 7.5 kilometer check. Just takes a little while to get off the mountain. There it is, 49th of 43 seconds. What do you read into that, Paul?
Well, I read that this man wasn't prepared properly for the time trial here. Bear in mind, he's just come off the Giro d'Italia. Maybe the short, violent effort required here is not to his liking, so he's lost already 43 seconds. Now the next man to come to the time check is going to be the man who wears number 33, Fabian Cancellara. The time to beat is still that early time of Tony Martin, 11:27, but that was a good ride by Brad Wiggins going through there at 11:28. Now if the camera will just tilt up towards the sky here, we'll get a chance to see it. It's 11:28, and that's the same time, I reckon, as Bradley Wiggins.
Well, that is amazing, and this could be what you said earlier. The course might be just a little bit too technical for Fabian Cancellara. He certainly looks good, but you're right, only second, and he's paced at 1 second on the startboard, so second to Tony Martin.
The advantage for Cancellara, Phil, is he's a brilliant bike handler. He will probably go around a lot of these corners on the descent faster than anybody else. He will be happy with the performance, second at that point, and will now know what he has to do to try and rival the time of Andreas Kloden on the finish line.
So Cancellara is tilted downwards. We're back down the road here to the new colours of the Cervelo test team for the Tour de France. One or two teams have redesigned the colours, and we'll have to try and sort them out in the sprint tomorrow. But right now it's Carlos Sastre who is sweeping from the back, the last of the 180 riders. The long, lonely road, 12 months on from being the happiest man in the world of cycling, jumping for joy on the Champs-Élysées. Now he's got to do it all again.
Well, apart from the fact that his weakest link has always been the individual time trial, he's invested a lot of time trying to get himself an aerodynamic position. This man has always been solid and always been consistent in the individual time trial. Coming up to the time check, Phil, this is going to be very interesting because Alberto Contador is coming to that 7.5 kilometer time check. I have to believe that that was the fastest time, although we didn't see it on the clock. It doesn't seem like very long ago that Fabian Cancellara has gone by.
We are waiting for it. Alberto Contador, it is confirmed, has gone through in the best time, 11:22, 5 seconds off Martin's time. Now, who's the leader of Astana after that as he goes through with the best time? Alberto Contador is proving a point.
He's proving a serious point, but bear in mind, Phil, the descent is extremely technical on the way down towards the finish, but that is a phenomenal ride, 11:22.
11:22 at the 7.5 kilometer check for Alberto Contador. There's only 1-2 riders behind him. Situation: Contador, Tony Martin, Bradley Wiggins of Great Britain is 6 seconds behind Contador at the same point. Martin, of course, has finished. Wiggins we are awaiting the arrival of, and all the last two men to get there, Evans and Sastre, will have to do something special. Evans is on the approach to the same point now, and he looks good to me, but looks sometimes deceived.
Well, the time check is just around the corner there. Only two men left to get to that 7.5 kilometer time check. Evans looks good, and I think those Aussies at the side of the road there are hoping that this man is going to bounce up there like that kangaroo.
No, they're definitely Australian flags, believe me, as Cadel Evans now dances up towards the time check. He won't know that Contador's flown over the top, heading for Monte Carlo with 11:22, and he's not going to do it, Cadel Evans. It's already past that time. He hits the time there by 11:32, I think.
It was very close indeed. I have to say he's fifth at 7 seconds, so it's all extremely doable here this afternoon, because seconds are what is separating, Phil, the big champions at the top end of the Tour de France. And I expected to see some big time gaps, but it's just because this time trial is so important, these guys are taking it extremely seriously.
Well, Evans will be happy enough with only 7 seconds behind Contador at the end of the day, I would think, because that is not a lot when you're facing up to the best part of 3,500 kilometers still to come. Now Cancellara is having it all to do here. The boys are not letting him run away with his time trial. In fact, quite the contrary. He's only in second place over the top of the climb.
But he's on the part of the course that suits him, as we can see. Alberto Contador at 5 kilometers to go goes around that very tricky, technical hairpin bend now. He's got to try and rival the power of the great Swiss champion, who's just a little bit further up the road than him, Fabian Cancellara, who will now be starting to believe that he can pull back the 5 or 6 seconds that he lost on Alberto Contador on the climb.
Mikel Astelotha coming down, crossing the line, 8th position, a very respectable time trial for the man from Euskaltel-Euskadi indeed. But this is where the fight is today, I think, and Cadel Evans is looking for just a handful of seconds to get back in front of Alberto Contador. There's no doubt Contador is his arch rival in the world of cycling. Yes, Cadel Evans beat Contador in the Dauphiné, but if you count back, it's usually Contador who gets the better of Evans, and this is Alberto Contador.
Contador now knows what he has to do. He's got to take big risks going around these corners. It's all about rushing down to the finish from the top of the Côte de Beausoleil. Evans is using a monster gear now to keep his speed in excess of 40 miles an hour, 65 kilometers an hour on this descent, smoothly round those corners, hardly moving his line at all. Wiggins has got a good time here, Phil.
Wiggins is heading in. Is he going to reshape the leaderboard? He should get out of the saddle and sprint. Well, it's not easy to do, but look at the time of Cloden, and Wiggins is going to be very, very close to best time. Take a look at Wiggins' face here, the Olympic champion. He's going to be a good road racing rider now. He hits the line, best time 19:51 by 3 seconds when they round it up.
Well, that was a great charge off the mountain. He was 4th at the top of the climb halfway through the race. Brad Wiggins has now set the benchmark. The next man to come in should be Denny Menchov, and then it should be Fabian Cancellara, but Denny Menchov is only just in front of Fabian Cancellara inside of 1.5 kilometers to go.
Well, this is incredible here, and it's going to be a fight all the way to the line for Fabian Cancellara. He knows he's looking for 1 second on the descent of that mountain to notch best time, and it may not survive, of course. Contador is after him. It is going to be a tough race all round. They all want to win in Monaco. It's as simple as that. They all want a yellow jersey to take to France tomorrow.
Well, he's got the advantage now of seeing the cars being pulled off from behind Denny Menchov in front of him. That will be almost like having the carrot in front of the donkey or the rabbit in front of the greyhound. He will look as far as he can to push himself so deep to the speed that he knows he can attain.
Situation at the finish, Wiggins, Cloden, Leipheimer, Kreuziger, that's the situation down there. It's going to change again, believe me. Cadel Evans dodging between the stone walls of Monaco as he heads back to Monte Carlo. Carlos Sastre must think he's riding behind a storm here. He's unaware of what's going on. Only 23rd at the check.
Well, let's not forget, it's not his best discipline in the sport. His best discipline is going uphill, and going uphill very fast. 36 seconds is not too shabby for a man like Carlos Sastre. It's only half a minute or so after all. He, I think, will be fairly happy with his performance, because he'll lay his foundations to victory if he gets it in this year's Tour in the mountains.
Well, he looks good as he continues to ride and pedal serenely down towards the bottom of this climb. There's no yellow jersey to start off with tomorrow, that's for sure, but he's not conceding very many seconds either. Carlos Sastre here, he's the quiet, nice man of cycling until you put him in the saddle. Now let's get back to Cancellara. This is unbelievable. The winner of the Tour of Italy is 20 meters in front of Fabian Cancellara, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland. The catch is real as they approach the finish. And look at that, Menchov is struggling now. He won't believe this. Remember, they started 1 minute and 30 seconds apart, and Cancellara pushes on for the finish. He's looking to beat the time of Bradley Wiggins of 19:51. He now gets a look at the board when he comes off this bend. Cancellara, I think, has got time in hand here. This is when he sees the clock. This is when he goes for the gears, knocks it up a cog, and then puts his head down and drives. He is sprinting for the line. The former world champion, the Olympic champion, and the best time. And what a time that is, 19:32.
And a massive slaughtering of everybody else's time, almost 20 seconds faster than everybody else. Look at the face that he's got here, Phil. He's absolutely pushing it to the limit there. Catching a man like Denny Menchov for 1.5 minutes is absolutely unbelievable. This now is Alberto Contador. It would take about 1 minute and 15 seconds. He's doing a great performance here, Alberto Contador. It's going to be very close between between him and Fabian Cancellara, but I think Cancellara had the power over those last few kilometers.
That is the way I would see it, but you don't know. Contador had a 6-second advantage at the top of the climb over Cancellara. Cancellara has flown down the mountain, that's for sure. Now, what has Alberto Contador done? This man, as you look at him, has this deceiving, easy-going style, but the power that comes out of this man's body is frankly quite unbelievable.
Well, he's been in the saddle for 19 minutes now, Phil. I don't think he's going to rival Contador now. I think he's slowed down a fraction over the last half of this course. The half of this course which did not suit his abilities. He's inside of the chicane. He's around about 35 seconds to get himself to the finish line. He will go outside the time of Cancellara here this afternoon, but probably ahead of Bradley Wiggins.
He's 10 seconds away from the time, 8-7. It's going away from him. He won't win. Cancellara has flown off the mountain like an eagle, and now Alberto Contador is racing for second place here, and he's going to have to go well, otherwise he'll be behind Bradley Wiggins as well. But this is still, nonetheless, a great ride by Alberto Contador, who won the Tour in 2007. There's the time he's shooting at of Wiggins, and he's just got inside Bradley Wiggins. Contador is second. Is he now the leader of Astana? He certainly laid claim to that.
Well, that's a great raid by this little man. You know, he did all of the foundations for his ride on the first 7.5 kilometers and then just tried to descend on the run in towards the finish. Cadel Evans is now inside the final kilometer of this time trial. And, you know, there's only 2 men left out on course, and I don't think anyone is going to rival Fabian Cancellara, because he was turbo jet, Phil, on the last 7.5 kilometers downhill.
He's excited us around the world, from Beijing to Italy to the World Championships to Switzerland, and now he's resting, waiting, and I think knowing he's the first yellow jersey. He's done it twice before, by the way. We've lost the pictures in the tunnel. Let's find Carlos Sastre. Here he is now, a little bit further back down the road. A rather solitary, lonely figure from this time last year, because that's life in a time trial. It's not your speciality. You've got to get round as best you can.
Well, don't put him into the box just yet, because we see a lot more of Carlos Sastre when we get into the mountains and into the Pyrenees in a week's time. Evans is doing a great ride here, but he's not going to rival Fabian Cancellara, but he may well rival Alberto Contador.
Evans lines up. That's the face of a man looking to win a Tour de France after 2 years finishing in second place. Contador's time is 50. I don't think he'll get there, but he won't be far away. Cadel Evans is going well in this year's Tour de France. He's saying that to us now. He drives up towards the line. He's looking at Cloden's 4th place. He just, he's gone one behind by fractions of a second. 5th for Cadel Evans.
Well, he'll be happy with that, Phil. It's solid. It keeps him right up amongst all of the top names of the Tour de France this year. It's a short, violent effort for Cadel Evans, but it's a way to win it, and this man knows that he's won it. He congratulates Alberto Contador. That's a great ride by Fabian Cancellara. He's had a difficult season, but he's fought his way back to the top.
Cancellara wins for the 3rd time the opening day of the Tour de France in the time trial. He's done it in Belgium, he's done it in England, in the UK. He's now done it here in the Principality of Monaco. Meanwhile, out on course, the last man who was first last year, Carlos Sastre, is coming home. He'll get a huge cheer nonetheless. He's the last kilometre down the road there, so he's going to be looking at around a 20:30, I reckon.
Yeah, but it won't be too bad for him. There's a lot of riders gone outside of 20:30. He will look to hope that his team can pull him back into this race in the team time trial, which is going to be around Montpellier in a couple of days' time, and that's where he will try and pull himself back a certain amount of time. But for him, it's the start of a long quest to try and defend the title that he took last year pretty much on one single stage, and that was the massive attack that he put in on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez, damning everybody else to around about a minute and a half behind him.
So as it begins to go from hot sunshine to early dusk here now in the Principality of Monaco rather, in Monte Carlo. This is the last ride of the 180, the last member of the Race of Truth Club, as he swings onto the Quai Albert Premier rather, as he now races down towards the last couple of 100 meters. The clock has long since gone by the great times. He's looking at the 11th time, now to the 12th of Astalosa. He's outside the top 12 for sure. He might only just scrape into the top 20. There's a lot of guys in here now as he comes up towards the line. But watch for this this man in the mountains, we will be talking about him once again very affectionately as a brilliant mountain climber. He'll just be glad day one of the Tour de France is behind him, but it's not the end. It is only the beginning, believe me, for Carlos Sastre. 21st place on the line.
But look at the gap. A minute lost over the first 20 riders of this race on only the first opening stage of 15.5 kilometers.
Yes, that's a lot of time to make up unless you can climb a mountain quick. And remember the visions of Sastre Paul and Alpe d'Huez. He galloped all that time back and an awful lot more a year ago. Monaco welcomes the Tour. What a great job Monaco has done for the opening day of the Tour de France. Massive crowd, beautiful weather, tremendous atmosphere, and above all, a great race.
An absolutely superb race by Fabian Cancellara.
So as we look down here, this is AS Monaco's football ground. They play in the first division here. And this is a look back now at the big man with his pumping legs in full cry. What a ride off the mountain he did. Goodness knows how fast he came down there, but he must have come and rehearsed it many times to get the best out of every bend. Quick look at the standings here. Fabian Cancellara at the finish with 19:32 his time. He beats the champion of 2007 in the Tour, Contador, by 18 seconds. Wiggins, a brilliant ride by the Garmin boy from the UK, in 3rd place. Andreas Kloden in 4th. And Cadel Evans had to pull something special out. He's in 5th place at the moment. Well, there's a nice look of Monte Carlo, and we're going to take another break, but we're not going off there yet. Stay with us on this live coverage. We'll be back. We will salute the champions of the Tour on this day and maybe try to assess who the champions of the Tour will be by the end of the race.
Greetings, White Dove. My heart is heavy.
Mine too, Brown Bear.
The end of the year is near, and we still can't get together. Brown Bear can't jump that far.
And White Dove can't fly. We are only united in mind.
Yes, but my body longs for you too.
Oh.
No Red Bull, no happy ending.
At TireRack.com, we stock more tires than anyone else, anywhere. Nearly 1 million tires. But we don't just stock them, we test them. And we post user reviews, so you can find which tires are the best for you and your car. All this at a price that won't slow you down. And that's 1 in a million, or in most cases, 4 in a million. The biggest selection of tires anywhere. One more way, Tire Rack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires.
TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
The relationship you have with your car isn't so different from your other relationships. Some burn hot and fast, but don't last very long. Some burn for a while, but don't throw much heat. And some smolder beautifully for a long time.
The award-winning Cadillac CTS sedan. And coming soon, the all-new CTS Sport Wagon.
This year, the State Farm Home Run Derby, Monday, July 13th at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Crank it up. The ultimate NASCAR pre-race party is only on Speed. NASCAR Race Day. Be there. You'll be in the middle of the action, live with John Roberts, Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Wallace, and thousands of NASCAR's biggest fans. And get the inside track with live reports from Wendy Venturini.
Let's get to the stories at hand.
Don't miss NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long. NASCAR on Speed. Oh, yeah. Be there.
Welcome back. We're looking at the closing stages of the first day of the Tour de France, and what a finale. Fabien Cancellara, who went out the start house fourth from the end of the field of 180 riders. He delivered a killer blow. He wasn't the best time up the mountain, but my goodness me, he came off that mountain to leave everybody dust in his wheel tracks. It was a brilliant ride by the man who's won everything in time trialing: world title, Olympic title, national title, Tour de France prologues, now the opening stage of this year's Tour de France. He's in yellow tonight, and he'll be taking that back to France tomorrow when the Tour de France waves farewell to Monaco, who has treated this race with the respect it deserves. By the time Cancellara reached the finish, he caught Denis Menchov, the winner of the Tour of Italy and the winner of that Tour's time trial. He caught him for 90 seconds to set the best time. It's almost unthinkable, to be quite honest. The face of the man coming up, Spartacus in full flight here. Let's have a look at the results. Cancellara, his time 19 minutes and 32, a massive 18.5 seconds ahead of the very hot, feisty Alberto Contador. Bradley Wiggins in third place. Cloden gets fourth. Here we are on the podium. He's pulling on a jersey here. Actually, he's the road race champion with the red jersey with the cross on. He'll wear that tomorrow. No, he won't. He's in yellow, of course. He salutes the crowd as winner for the third time in his career of the Tour de France opening stage. Fabien Cancellara.
I have to say, Phil, he's got to be more than impressed with himself with that ride, because he pulled back 24 seconds on Alberto Contador in the last 7.5 kilometers charging downhill.
Prince Albert at the second, congratulating him. Bernardino, five-time winners on the left, smiling. Eddie Merckx saying, boy, you're something special. Bernard Thévenet, another twice winner of the Tour de France. Stephen Roach, the only Irishman to win the Tour de France. They're all there.
All the big names are there congratulating Fabien Cancellara. They know what he did. They know what he went through to get himself that victory. He was a man possessed here this afternoon. He knew he had to defend on the uphill portion of the course, but once he was released from the uphill part of the course, he charged down. That's Bjarne Riis there, by the way, the winner of 1996, congratulating his man.
Well, what a wonderful occasion. There's the smiling face of Alberto Contador as well. Bjarne Riis. As we look out across the bay here, let's have a look at our Hampton Hotel's overall standings. Guess what? Fabien Cancellara leads the Tour now. It'll be probably 18 seconds gap to Alberto Contador. Bradley Wiggins in third place, back down on the podium. Hey, could be a succession of these. There it is, the maillot jaune from the Prince himself. And Fabien Cancellara has just received from Prince Albert II the yellow jersey as leader of the Tour de France. It's a dream come true for him.
Well, he really wanted to win this bike race, Phil, and he did that.
All smiles, punches the air. Fabien Cancellara, he's got one of those little lines everybody wants and very few get them. On the right is the Prince of Monaco here, and he's a great sportsman himself, and now he sees the culmination of getting the Tour de France to his town, and a great man winning it in Cancellara. Well, there's a beautiful sight, I have to tell you. Paul Sherwen and I were out in the bay this time last night, enjoying looking at Monaco from afar, and it is a very, very nice place to be.
Certainly a great rendezvous, a great backdrop for the bike race here this afternoon as we look down there on the Oceanographic Museum, which is not too far away from where we are here, and solidly installed on the rock, the central part of Monaco, which in the 13th century was turned into a very strong citadel to protect them from the marauding Genoans.
Alpes-Maritimes lies as a backdrop. Let's call Fabien back here. See what prize he gets now. The green jersey. This is given to the most consistent rider in the Tour de France. It's designed for the sprinters, really, since 1953. We've only had one stage, so he's been pretty consistent.
Extremely consistent. He will not get the King of the Mountains classification, though, because that was timed at the top of the climb, and that will go to Alberto Contador.
Well, this is a marvellous moment for him here as he continues on and salutes the crowd. He's in green for the moment. The second placed overall rider in this competition will wear that tomorrow, possibly. Alberto Contador, or they may make him wear the polka dot jersey. It'll all come clear in the wash. It could be even Bradley Wiggins wearing the green jersey tomorrow after his third place finish in the race. There is the black yacht down there, is octopus, and I think that was the boat they used in the James Bond film here, wasn't it?
I think it certainly was. And just waiting now to see Alberto Contador coming out, and that will be for the outright win in the King of the Mountains classification here this afternoon. Fabian Canelara.
Because of the time trial, there was only 15 points anyway. There's much more points for tomorrow, for example, when Mark Cavendish might be the winner. I think it's 25 tomorrow. Is it 35?
It's 35 for a win on the flat stages, and slightly less on the mountain stages, and a lot less on the individual time trial. We're looking down there on the casino. Magnificent building, built in the 1800s, about 1865 I think it was completed. Over to the right-hand side there is the Hotel de Paris, and that is quite an impressive hotel there, a boutique, one of the best hotels in Monaco.
Well, there's a lot of boats for sale down there, I can assure you. There's a lot of boats never seem to move, but it is a beautiful city, and certainly Monte Carlo has played its part in the history of this race. Well, I reckon we're just waiting for Fabian Canelara to go away and for Tony Martin to come out, but while we're waiting, we'll take a break and we'll have a look at the highlights of what has been an extraordinary day in the Tour de France here in the Principality of Monaco. See you in a moment.
I always want to do more. Always want to be better. I know without training, without the work, I won't be there, so that's my motivation. The equipment today, the level we are at, it's one of the most important things. We push it and we study it and we tweak it to the highest level possible. My tarmac is the fastest bike I had so far.
Let's all paint the town red and white, black and brown. Watch the colors dry. They mix so well, it's no surprise. We are all in this together. Let's all build a home, gather up the friends you know. Somewhere we can go. We'll make it.
The hybrid for everyone is here. The Insight, designed and priced for us all, from Honda.
When the light comes on, just come in. Pep Boys.
This week, Manny, Mo, and Jack bring you the Pep Boys Tire Celebration. Buy one tire for as low as $24.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free. Through Sunday, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, just $9.99. When the light comes on, just come in.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS or visit pepboys.com.
Do aches, pains, and arthritis have you in their grip? Break the grip with Aspercream Heat Gel. Extra strength medicine delivers penetrating heat relief without embarrassing odor. Fast pain relief that keeps you going for hours. Aspercream, break the grip of pain.
Travel, stress, eating on the run. Diarrhea stops me in my tracks.
Stop it fast with KO Pectate. Unlike pills, KO speeds to the source, shutting down diarrhea and its discomfort fast.
Really fast.
Stop diarrhea fast with KO Pectate.
What's up, Kat? I'm reading an article about that new show, It's On, with Alexa Chung.
What? Alexa's live show will allow her to say and do whatever she wants.
True that.
Then why are you wasting your time?
Because that jacket she's wearing is fierce.
I saw it first.
It's On with Alexa Chung, weekdays at noon.
For adventurous birthday parties and group outings, check out the amazing mini golf, go-karts, and dueling dragsters at Adventure Golf and Raceway. Call or click now for low group rates.
Speed is about winning races, breaking records, and making history. What do I see at 230 miles an hour? It's tunnel vision, and you have one goal, the checker flag. Speed is my drug.
There's gotta be a new
Welcome back. Another view of Monaco and Monte Carlo in particular, just at the far bottom of our picture. That's where they've all just finished the opening stage time trial. Fabian Canelara has run out to be an extraordinary winner. So for those of you who've missed it, and I hope there are not too many of you, let's have a look at our Cadillac performance highlights of the day. Lance Armstrong, an early start, Paul. He went out from the start house 17 minutes past 10 Eastern time today. He came back with the best time.
Well, he did. It was an amazing performance by Lance Armstrong. The first time he started the Tour de France in 4 years, and when he came up to the finish line, it was a phenomenal performance.
And we thought he would stamp for a long time, but his Astana teammate had other ideas. Leipheimer went out not long after Lance Armstrong. They took early starts by choice, and he rode very, very well in a familiar position. As he headed down towards the finish, it was close, but when he got there, there was no contest. It was now Leipheimer, #1 on the board.
Well, his time stood for a very long time until, of course, another Astana rider came in, Andreas Kloden, the German rider on the same squad. He called the man that started 1 minute in front of him, and he blew by him and kept that turbo going right the way down towards the finish line. It really was an opening performance by Team Astana, and when Andreas Kloden came up to the line, he stopped it with a brand new best time.
Kloden is back. He's back alongside his favourite mate, Lance Armstrong, from a Belgian team last year. But the continued surprise that the big men came towards the end. Garmin Slipstream's Bradley Wiggins from the UK shows us why he's been the best pursuiter in the world and at Olympic level. He didn't quite get to the top. But Fabian Canelara, who didn't get to the top of the mountains in first place, in fact, he went over in 4th. He certainly showed revenge on the way back to the finish. He bridged 90 seconds to Denis Menchov, winner of the Giro d'Italia, and then raced for the line. The inevitable was certain to happen. Best time.
The best time. He turned around a 6-second deficit into an 18-second advantage on the finish line over Alberto Contador, and for him, not only was it the victory, but it was a double-header because it was the yellow jersey too.
And what about Alberto Contador? Counted down in the colours of the new time trial champion of Spain, and he really is now a man we can never say can't ride a time trial anymore. This guy flew up the hill. He got the King of the Mountains jersey as a result. Didn't come down quite as quick as the fabulous Canelara, but nonetheless, he was in the frame on the podium in second.
But don't forget, there's a lot of other riders thinking about winning this Tour de France, and Cadel Evans knew that he had to put in a solid star performance in the time trial. He had the advantage of starting second from the end, but I think he had a slight problem with his mechanics in the early part of the race because he struggled to get his gearing properly. However, on the descent down towards the finish, he pulled himself back into this race. When he came into the finishing chicane, he knew the times to beat, but he couldn't quite do it on this occasion. When he stopped the clock, it registered the 5th fastest time, but the time lost was not too much.
Can't say the same, I'm afraid, for Carlos Sastre, the last to go of the 180 rider field. He was never in the frame, as the cameras even missed him out of the start house originally. He got to the finish, he conceded a few seconds. He's looking at a bit of time now to make up as the race starts tomorrow into France. Congratulations here. Bjarne Riis in the background, the manager of Saxo Bank. And let's not forget, this man won the opening prologue in Liège once. He also won in London, and now he is the champion for tomorrow. That's our Cadillac performance highlights. Well, we'll all get back to normal tomorrow. That's when the race leaves here. We're waiting for further presentations down there. And yes, the next man on board is Alberto Contador, and he's going to get the polka dot jersey. I think this is the first time he's ever worn it in the Tour de France.
And the reason he's getting that, Phil, is because of the time check here at half distance was at the top of the climb of the Côte de Beausoleil, and he was the fastest man up to the summit of the climb, and that will give him the polka dot jersey out on the roads of the Tour de France tomorrow. I'm not sure it's something he'll try and keep hold of, because his goals and his aims and ambitions are a lot further down the road.
But after a tremendous display by the Astana team, it's Contador who's come out best of the squad. I don't quite know how they'll handle all this. They'll have to talk about it, but it's quite clearly all the members of the team are on fire, on form.
They are certainly all on form, and that's the difficult thing for Johan Brunel, I think, as we look at the congratulations coming here from Prince Albert II, from, of course, Eddy Merckx, Bernard Hinault, Bernard Thévenet. It's a difficult thing, I think, for Johan Brunel, Phil, over the next couple of days to just sort out and figure out what sort of tactics they're going to have to adopt out on the open road. But Contador, I think, today made a very profound statement to everybody concerned about his condition.
Whew, I'll tell you what, this has been a warm day today. 3 hours live on Versus. You can't get better than this, can you, in high definition? And then you get a race like that. Well, Contador, is he going to win the Tour? Is Lance going to be the leader? What's going on?
There's a lot of stuff going to go on. Let's not forget, there's a lot of different scenarios can play out in the Tour de France over 3 weeks. This was just the first chapter of a race that's going to be 22 chapters long. There'll be different stories, there'll be accidents, there'll be turnarounds in the whole of the overall classification. But I think it has said to everybody out there that Team Astana, nearly every member of that squad, is ready to come out and do battle for the Tour de France in 2009.
Well, tomorrow, of course, the race will say goodbye to Monaco, and I think a lot of people will be very sad to say goodbye to the Principality. This has been an excellent build-up to the Tour de France. One thing that's really struck us is the politeness of everybody involved. Even though the security is tight, it has been done properly and correctly, and it's been a very, very good opening occasion here in Monaco. We go to France tomorrow.
Yes, we do, for a very long race, a race that's going to take the riders, first of all, over the Col de Tourbie, a very difficult climb, but there's only one way, really, to get out of Monaco, and that's uphill. And after that, it's a long, undulating road, a race of around about 187 kilometers. And I have a gut feeling that, theoretically, it will turn out to be a big day for the sprinters.
Well, we'll know, of course. You'll be with us live at our usual time, 8:30 Eastern. We'll take another break. Canelara is the first maillot jaune. But when we come back, we will be with Bob Roll and Craig Hummer in the studio.
You're powering down the asphalt in a Cervelo S2 or a Cadillac CTS Sport Wagon, you're sure to get that rush. Now imagine the rush you could feel at the final stage of the Tour de France with the Cadillac Ride of Your Life sweepstakes. Just watch the Tour de France on Versus and look for the on-screen code. Then log on to Versus.com/rideofyourlife to enter. You could win a Cervelo S2 and a VIP trip to Paris to watch the 2010 Tour. The Cadillac Ride of Your Life sweepstakes, and watch the Tour de France right here on Versus.
Shooting clay targets at Colorado Clay. I'm Sherwen Liggett, and I've shot clay targets all over the world, and Colorado Clays is still the best. You'll enjoy the 5 voice-activated trap fields, 2 beautiful ski fields, and 15 fantastic sporting clay stations. Colorado Clays has automatic pullers, so you can shoot all by yourself. Bring the entire family. The kids will enjoy the brand new playground, and at Colorado Clays we have quality instructors, loaner guns, and lots of targets. Come try it. You'll have a blast.
Are your credit cards maxed out? Just making minimum payments or even behind on your bills? Freedom Debt Relief's mission is to help you get rid of your credit card debt.
I had over $25,000 in credit card debt. Then I called Freedom Debt Relief and got my debt cut in half. I was debt-free in less than 24 months.
This is a unique program that will get you relief and on your way to being debt-free. Make the most important call of your life today.
Call Freedom Debt Relief now at 1-800-452-4007. That's 1-800-452-4007.
Couldn't have asked for a better display today. Monaco putting on quite a show. The start of the 2009 Tour de France is in the books. Stage 1 won by the fabulous Fabian Canelara. But when you talk about dominance, it wasn't just Canelara today, Bob, but it was also Team Astana. Hello, everybody. Craig Hummer along with Bob Roll. Team Astana, 4 out of the top 10 positions. It was Lance Armstrong in 10th, who a lot of people, including yourself, thought he'd be a little bit higher today, but Astana came to play, didn't they?
Astana had a great ride on today's stage. Contador especially sending a very clear message. I've come to the Tour de France ready. I won this event in 07, wasn't asked back in 08, and Contador came out firing in today's time trial. Lance, a solid ride. Perhaps he might have hoped for a little bit more.
Well, for Alberto Contador, he came in certainly having to prove himself, not just to the general public, but to his own team. How surprised were you, or at least how impressed were you, when he crossed the top of the Beausoleil in first?
He did a great climb. That's his forte. A little bit shaky on the descent, and Canelara took a lot of time back from Contador, but I don't think that'll worry him too much. He did a great ride. Also, Cloden, Levi, and Lance solid up there. Astana, the best stage racing team in the world, and they have come to the Tour ready to rumble.
It was interesting, wasn't it, to hear Andreas Cloden say in one of the pieces we saw that anything less than a general classification and overall Tour victory for Team Astana Astana is going to be considered a failure for them.
Oh, absolutely. That would be a major disappointment to let this tour go when you have 3, potentially 4 guys now that Kloden is obviously riding very well. To let this race slip away would be a disaster for Astana. They've got a lot of weapons now to play throughout the rest of this 3 weeks.
Lance Armstrong came in. He talked a great game beforehand. He let it show out on the road. He started early, Bob, today, perhaps hedging against the weather, and it proved well.
The weather, the bad weather, never really came, so it was a good time for Lance to go early. He got a little bit extra time to recuperate overnight, but I'm not sure if they would have do it again, knowing how the outcome was. They wouldn't have put Lance later in the event, because that's when all the excitement's built. That's when all the big stars come out and try to do the big ride, and Canelara was fabulous. But Team Astana, absolutely dominant when you look at the team general classification, the overall standings.
Levi Leipheimer, known for his time trialing skill as well. He proved it yet again today.
Levi, a great ride, starting just a few minutes later after Lance, but great descent. He was a little bit slower than Tony Martin, who went over the top of the climb the fastest at that point, but Levi did a fantastic ride.
Let's take a look at our overall standings, brought to you by Hampton Hotels. It was the Swiss man Fabian Canelara on top by 18 seconds over the Spaniard Alberto Contador. Bradley Wiggins with a great ride sits on the podium as well in third. Kloden, another Astana team member, in fourth. Cadel Evans rounds out the top 5. A solid ride for him.
Cadel Evans in 5th there. That'll give him a lot of morale as we get into the mountains. Levi 6th. Kreuziger a good ride in 7th. Tony Martin from Colombia in 8th. Nibali in 9th. And Lance Armstrong rounding out the top 10. Solid ride for a man that hasn't raced that much, especially when you consider the last 4 years.
David Zabriskie, another American to watch throughout the tour, 47 seconds back in 13th position, and his teammate David Miller, who thought a lot of people would have a chance for the win. He finishes 48 seconds back. You talked a lot, Bob, about Sylvain Chavanel. Will he be happy with this time?
That's a solid ride for Chavanel. Christian also coming back from injury. A decent ride in 17th. The time will disturb him, but the placing is pretty good. Gerdeman and Remy Poirier rounding out the top 20.
After the race, Frankie Andreu caught up with the winner, Fabian Canelara.
Podium, congratulations, a fantastic win. Last year, you didn't win a stage of the tour. You had a very rough spring. What was it like for you to return on top of the podium and put on the yellow jersey?
It's amazing. I mean, from this hard spring that I was come, I mean, it was not easy on the beginning, but still now I fight it for everything to get back on that what I am, and to get fast, to be as strong as possible. Now put the Tour de Suisse in the pocket still, and World Championship, and now here back on yellow like 2 years ago with the same number, 33. I think I like that.
It's a nice reward for you. On the time trial course, you had time checks along the way, and did you realize how close it was? And was there any point there where you actually were having to realize you need to take a little bit extra risk in order to be able to win this race?
Well, I did my own race. I mean, I tried to get everything out of me, and I tried also not get over limit on the climb, and then get everything out for the descent, and then also for the last 5 kilometers, because those last 5 kilometers, it looks maybe flat, but it's hard stuff. But
you're the fastest today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The 4th stage win of his illustrious career. Tomorrow, however, Bob, it becomes all about the sprinters in stage 2. We head from Monaco to Brignoles. Cavendish is going to come out to play.
Cavendish, Tor Hushovd, perhaps Oscar Freire, a couple of little climbs. This is not going to be an easy race course. There's going to be a lot of attacking rides. The breakaway will take a long time to get established. You can see the rolling hills, no mountains, but a very tough stage, 187 kilometers.
116 miles. Our coverage will begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And of course, you can join Bob and I on that expanded primetime coverage at 8 p.m. every night of the tour. Well, the race of truth spares no one. Your strengths, weaknesses, and your soul are exposed for all to see. Stage number 1 showcased the skills of Fabian Canelara to perfection. It also marked the return of the one and only Lance Armstrong to a race that he dominated for close to a decade. Canelara, his result, he dons the first yellow jersey of this year's Tour de France. Well, the overall contenders, they came out to play en masse today as well. Alberto Contador proving to himself and to his team, and of course to the peloton at large, that what they've suspected is true. he's shown up in the best form of his life. Well, be sure to join us for stage number 2 tomorrow as we go from Monaco to Brignoles, and log on to Versus.com for all the race details. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of this stage of the Tour de France. For Phil Liggett, Paul Sherwen, Bob Roll, and our entire crew, thanks for watching our wardrobe complement of Columbia Sportswear. We'll see you tomorrow.